Okay, greetings travelers. I think we're live here on the Goldbound live stream. I was live on Twitch, but I don't think the multi-stream was working. So on YouTube, if you can let me know if we're all live, let me know, and we'll get rolling here. It looks like we're all set to go here. Stank and bacon, you're right. If it was 1500 on all the herbs, we'd be here for a while. But let's just introduce the challenge for today. Sorry for the Twitch viewers, we're gonna be going over this again, but we're doing a little bit of a Goldbound challenge right now. In the challenge, we're still stuck in Redridge and Elwyn, so we're trying to farm some herbs to make some money with Inscription. And so we've developed a master plan for the stream. Essentially, we're gonna farm 1500 herbs. There's 7 different varieties that we can actually get in these zones. So because there's 7 different, we have this big tally here to add them all up. So that we can roll through, and if we get 1500. And the reason why we're not doing 2000 like we did for the copper ore is that herbs tend to drop sometimes in single stacks, like a 1 herb, like 1 to 3. So it's actually less herbs per node on average. Plus we're also going to be processing all of these herbs into glyphs today. But here's the master plan. I spent hours kind of crafting the ultimate farm route, and I even edited the 2 maps together. But these are our unlocked zones right now. And so with these unlocked zones, we can actually do a massive route. So this is more or less the route that we're going to be doing all the way through Redridge and Elwyn. The nice thing with the longer route is it gives us extra time for the herbs to respawn, and we also get a bit more variety of herbs. While we're in Redridge, there are some mobs that we're going to stop and kill, just to hopefully get some gold along the way, as far as transmog. But that's more or less the plan. So as we go, we'll try to keep a running tally on the herbs we have. But here, first and foremost, being professions, we have, of course, herbalism, and we have Inscription. So we're going to be running with both of those, and I took the time on Inscription to unlock a few new glyphs, so we'll be crafting those today. But if that all makes sense, we're just going to get rolling here. Boost the mic, I'm hearing. I can turn the mic up a little bit for sure. Yeah, I might have to take a look at the add-on cursor ring you're saying. It basically makes it so that the high visibility, which makes the ring around the mouse. Could be cool. Are there any cool gold farms that we found that we can look forward to next video? Yeah, 100%. A couple of them, I'm not gonna fully spoil them in the live stream, but we will be grabbing a couple of them along the way. And to start off the farm here, we got Loot Appraiser, which just takes a timer and essentially adds up all the looted item value in our bags. So let's get ripping. How are we all doing this morning? Yeah, Cadrock, I'll take a look into that. Oh, you wrote the add-on? I'll take a look into it. I think it might be good for streams, just where the... Is my current name revealed? I think it's... I got my Goldilocks down there. Either way, the next episode is going live this Saturday, and I'm going to be doing a name change for that, so we'll get it reset right away. And right off the bat, we actually have one of the rares that I'm trying to kill here. So we'll see if we actually get anything crazy. Dervish Cape of the Fire Flash, worth about 100 gold. So nothing crazy there. When we succeed in Redridge and spin the wheel again, will Elwyn be an option to give me a chance to go spin back and head into Westfall? Yeah, so... I kind of do a bit of a deeper dive in the video on what zones are available, but since we have both Elwyn and Redridge, The spin will have all the zones that we can access from either of those since they're both unlocked. So we'll have, I think there's like 6 potential zones that we can spin once we unlock the next one. How can I display the herbs so neatly? I installed an add-on. I'm actually forgetting the name of it right now. But it's like, I think it's called Farm Tracker, and you can, it's actually pretty awesome. You can customize it to show different amounts of tooltips, make them bigger, make them smaller. And for this farm, it'll be helpful because we have so many different herbs that we're actually farming. We're going for a total of 1,500, so we'll have to add them up as we go. And Nicola, Twitch is live this time. Yep, it's the link should be in the video description, so you can pop over there. I don't have it's my first Twitch stream, so there's no, I'm not affiliate yet. I gotta meet those requirements, but might as well multi-stream while we can. Yeah, so this add-on is kind of like a weak aura, but it's just specifically designed for farming. And you can set like thresholds, like every time you'll see here, every time I gather something I'm tracking, it'll pop up on my screen. As far as like getting 2 Major Oil and 1 Swift Thistle. And if you can hear it, it also has like a little jingle in the coin purse, which if you're doing gold farming, you want to have fun little sounds that you can hear. Yeah, actually, let me go into my add-ons if I can increase the font size. Because it's like /farmbar, right? Oh, actually, I can't type. I don't think I can increase the size, but now I might have to look into that. But oh, actually, that just did it. What the heck? Okay, we're just gonna quickly drop all these in because it's making the font bigger. Oh, we don't have Peace Bloom yet. Major Oil and Silverleaf. So as we get more, we'll drop them up there.
I'm out of range.
And there's a couple herbs that we only get in Elwyn. So as we get those ones, we'll put it up on the screen. Because right now we have the 5 that we actually have in our inventory. Yeah, the jingle should be a phone notification sound. Just trolled everyone. I could make it a Discord ping. And do I reckon that Elwyn was easier to farm through? They both have their pros and cons. So Elwyn, near the end, we actually had like a decent stable farm, weirdly enough, in the Frayed Knots, because those ones, even though they were a slower to sell item, because the market had crashed, they were still selling really fast. And with that, we actually got some pretty decent gold per hour. But Red Ridge is one of the ones where there's a lot of like middle to high ticket transmog, where one sale could really boost our transition out. So it's hard to say. I think it is pretty variable, to be honest. And then that sound there is my rare spawn notifier. So when you hear that, it just means there's a rare spawn. Some of them I'm actually taking down. Some of them, like Null Feaster, I'm not actually taking down. Just depends if they have loot that I want still. But Null Feaster, he's the only rare in Red Ridge that's actually scaling to my current level with Chromie time. Hey man, glad to be back on the stream. Glad you're hanging out. The gold farming streams are pretty chill. It's not exactly crazy gameplay, but I enjoy hanging out with you all while we're farming towards the challenge goals. So makes a nice way for me to break up the farm and interact. So glad to see you here. All right, so now we got silverleaf, and peace bloom. So these are the 7 herbs that we can actually gather. So intermittently, we're going to do a tally to see how much they're at. And K2D, how much gold do we have? So since the last live stream, I haven't actually done a mailbox clear. I have because I do 1 mailbox clear per episode, and the next episode is going live this Saturday. It's fully done, but I didn't want to do the clear before I streamed to avoid any spoilers. So right after the stream, I'm going to clear out the mailbox, and then you'll be able to see the updated tally in the video this Saturday. There's some fun sales that I saw come through, so I think it'll be a good clear out. And yeah, I just have the top left block. I don't have a total number, so we're just gonna go through and add them up every now and then. But I'm sure, kind of like my goal is each stream and each episode, I'm just trying to, because there's a lot you can learn with like streaming add-ons and all that stuff, and I'm just trying to like do like 1 improvement each stream. That way over time, the UI will improve. So today we're actually multi-streaming. So we're live on YouTube and we're live on Twitch. So it's my first stream on Twitch, so there should be a link down in the description where if you did want to follow on Twitch, if you prefer that platform, then you can do that now. But if you prefer watching on YouTube, then that is a-okay with me too. I just know some people, they have a preference to where they like to watch their streams. So yeah, is the gold lock challenge where you're locked into 1 zone currently, or can you go back and forth? So the gold lock challenge, it's slowly unlocking the whole map. So we can go back and forth into the zones we have unlocked. As far as the pacing, we try to just use the new zone for the newer transmog and newer unique farms where we're really discovering things. But when it comes to doing material farms, especially in a zone like this, it's nice to have both zones so that we can actually flow through all of them and really reset the nodes. But for the most part, we're trying to do the non-gathering material farms just in the new zones, but there's no restrictions. And Fenrir, if I unlock Burning Steps, will that unlock Blackrock Mountain and the dungeons and Molten Core? That is currently up for discussion for sure, because the argument is that Blackrock Mountain is opened by Searing Gorge and Burning Steps, right? Because there's an entryway to that dungeon set in there. So I'm probably going to put it to a poll and see what people think if we want to unlock the mountain once we have both zones or do something else. But I see arguments on both sides, but I haven't come to a decision 100% yet. Well, thanks, Cuddly Orc. You gotta say I'm a breath of fresh air and you don't think you've ever found a WoW farming video series that you enjoyed. I appreciate it. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's a unique way to play the game, but it is, for me too, it's been a nice breath of fresh air, because these are zones I would have never explored. And like even just talking about the cut purse here with the frayed knot, that's something I never would have found had I not had to dive deep into the actual different items that might be worth gold in a zone. So it really opens up a whole new way to play. Yo, Wild Ask, let me see here. 50 gifted? Oh my goodness, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Shout out to everyone in the on the YouTube live here that's getting a gifted sub from Wild Ask, coming in hot in the first 10 minutes of the stream. Holy moly, man. You were in the last one too, gifted 50. Welcome. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, so YouTube memberships, it's kind of like Twitch subs. You get, we're slowly rolling out different emotes for the more members we get. So when there's lives, there's like different emotes you can use. And then for the series, we do members only polls for certain decisions on rulings. So like we were talking about Blackrock Mountain, if we're going to include that in Burning Steps, that'll be like a members only poll. Look at that! Everyone getting the gifted memberships from Wild Ass. Let me see here. There we go. Yeah, and I think I was reading somewhere that YouTube, when there is a gifted membership, it takes into account like how many comments you've had on videos and streams, and it prioritizes like higher engagers. And I think I read that somewhere. I'm not just trying to get you to comment more, but I think that's a thing. I'm just gonna go on the side here and see if I can pop out. There we go, pop out chat. There we go. Yeah, why not show off the herb run for the new zone and just do Red Ridge? The problem with Red Ridge is it's actually quite small of a map, and after you do all the quests, you'll see there's a few spots that actually zone you out. And so for a farm like this, we want to give it more time for all the herb nodes to respawn, and then just kind of breaks it up as well. Yeah, only 1,500 herbs compared to the 2,000 copper ore. But to be fair, I mean, if we look at this silverleaf, right, one silverleaf node will give you 1 to 3 silverleaf. So let's see which one this one gives us, 2. Whereas every copper node gives you 2 to 4. So you get more copper ore per node on average. And then also on this stream, we're going to process all of the herbs. So we're gonna mill them and probably craft a bunch of glyphs and stuff. So it'll probably end up being about the same length. I also think for the YouTube gifted, you have to go into your settings and click allow gifted memberships, because it won't. I think if you don't enable it in your general account settings, that you won't get gifted memberships. Thanks a lot for the nice series, Pathalerix. You enjoy the live streams a lot. Appreciate you coming in and joining the live streams. It's a fun way for me to split up the grind and also hang out with you all. And Yayo, is it possible to max a level by mining an herb only in Elwyn? Yeah, I think it is. So, as you can see here, we're still getting 130 XP per node, and we're probably going to hit level 71 this stream, to be honest. The problem is once you hit level 70 and Chromie timescaling ends, that's when the ore per node really drops down. Yeah, people are confirming that you have to enable the YouTube subs for when they start dropping down. Otherwise, you won't get one. So make sure you're open to it if there are gifteds coming out. Yeah, I think ever since they introduced XP from herbs and ore, there was that one guy who did I think it was in MOP, where he did the only in the Panda starting zone, all the way to max level. And then he continued on even after just that one. Why do I think people are buying vanilla herbs on the auction house? Do they have any uses at all? Yeah, so they do actually. The thing with herbs and what we'll be doing, I'll show you real quick, but we're going to be milling all of our herbs into inks and pigments, and then we make glyphs. So the glyphs that you can make from Elwyn herbs, they're things that change cosmetic aspects. So for example, Glyph of the Stars, it makes your moonkin form appear as an astral form. So people of any levels want to buy these glyphs. And I think that's why these herbs still carry some value. Yeah, Neutral Agent was the guy who did the herbs and ore only, the pacifist run. And I think he, like the original one was in Mop. And because Pandaren started out without a faction, they're like a neutral, he actually hit max level without declaring Horde or Alliance, which was the whole thing. And then he continued it on, so after every expansion he's just leveling herbs and ore, which I can appreciate. It's those fun challenges that give a nice little spin on the game, so I'm here for it. Now this, I've grabbed this Brayer Thorn a lot. It always scares me going close into the 3 corners, because I don't want to go into Duskwood by accident until we unlock it. Alright, so now we're back in Redridge. And you'll see here, I did carve out an area of the farm, which is Render's Valley. We'll go over it this time just to show you why we're skipping it every time. But ever since we did the quests here, like and handed in that quest line, it just phases us out. Like, there's elite mobs, but in the quest line we've actually killed them all, so now they just despawn. So here, I'll go up there and show you, although there's a lot of herbs on the way, so I gotta grab all those. Yeah, transmog is always the end game, right? So things in lower level zones, different cosmetic appearances like these glyphs are really what bring value for the lower levels. But heading into Render's Valley, you'll see here in this crater, we skip this out on the route because there's herbs up here, but as soon as we get close, we actually phase out and there's no herbs and there's no mobs. You think I should transmog Goldilocks? I don't know. I do like the idea of different items we get, like that we actually obtain transmogging or just equipping them straight up. That would be pretty fun. I know one, I mean the Pale Skinner that we got before, I do want to equip it just so I have it on the appearance. And what's the ETA on the next video? Last one was 12 days ago. So right now we're on every 2 weeks, like every second Saturday is what the cadence is. So we do have one going live this coming Saturday. So in like 2 days. I'm hoping to every now and then get a weekly upload out to maybe make it 3 per month. But I always want to make sure that there's enough content in there to make it worth an episode and not just pumping it out for views' sakes. Yeah, I think like maybe equip it for the transmog, but I wouldn't actually transmog on Goldie. I would just actually wear the item. Right? Like I'm not gonna go to the transmogrifier. I'll just equip the item on my character and use the appearance that way. Especially since we're out of Chromie time. I don't really need the stats right now. Once we get to zones where we're actually fighting, then it'll be a problem wearing level 20 and 30 greens and blues. But one thing I'm looking forward to, if we get Westfall and we're doing Dead Mines, you can be sure I'll be wearing the set from there, right? The, what's that set piece called? The Defius or Defius set? Yeah, the new video's coming out soon. It's you'll see the progress then. There's only one segment I have to film for the video, which is the auction house clear, which I didn't want to film that before the stream because then it would spoil how far we've come for the video. So as soon as we're off the stream, I'll be filming that segment and getting it scheduled for Saturday. Yeah, Scamper, I don't want to waste the gold on transmog. Gotta save it for the zone. Which zone after Red Ridge do I think has the most value? They all have really different sneaky ways of value. If I had to say which one I want the most, I think it has to be Westfall personally, just from a nostalgia perspective. As well as, like I mentioned, the Defius set. I would love to be rolling around on Goldilocks with a Cruel Barb and full out set. That would be a cool look for sure. Alexander Garcia, appreciate it. You like the series and the content. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're on the stream too. It's fun to come hang out. So as you can see, this farm route that we're doing, I'll pop it back up on briefly if you just joined. It gives us a nice long route, so it gives more time for all the nodes to respawn, which makes it a bit easier for us. And every now and then you gotta pop down, take out a knoll. One YouTube comment you mentioned that on the latest video they liked Goalie's worker look more, and you understand what they're talking about. Yeah, because it kind of, the starter grays and whites with the red shirt gave him a bit of a lumberjack look. I get it. I think, especially with the Defius set, that wouldn't... Also, how do you pronounce it? Is it Defius or Defius? I've always said Defius, but my one friend always corrects me, and I'm like, I don't know. It fascinates you how something this tiring can be this relaxing. I'm with you. I mean, I've always farmed farm routes, herbs, and ores all throughout World of Warcraft, so it's one of those ones where it's nice to just chill and play. Defy us. You think it's Defy us? Not Defius? Defy us? I thought it was like Defius, like they were being... I guess Defiant would be Defy us. Yeah, it's probably Defy us. The Defy us Brotherhood because they're defying the crown. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty epic quest line and lore, especially in Classic, back when there was Edwin Van Cleef, but even now with it being taken through the Warcraft cycles, I do really like it. And there was that one season of Mythic Plus where it was a Mythic Plus dungeon, right? Oh, hey Loken, doing good. How are you doing? We're just having a chill Goldbound stream here. We got the tally up on the left for our ore counter. We're doing 1,500 ores, or sorry, herbs. Once we do that, we're going to process them all down. Yeah, so the Defy Us Brotherhood were founded the corrupt nobles of Stormwind, hence the name. Yeah, I guess I've been mispronouncing it for maybe 15 years. Fair enough. Deadmine's never been a Mythic Plus dungeon. I swear it was. Maybe I'm just thinking of when they reintroduced it and... I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking about then. Geminus is saying that the boss in the dungeon actually says the voiced line, so you can hear it for yourself. The Defius Brotherhood. I'll just say the Van Cleef clan. That's what I'm going to call it, or the Van Cleef crew. Yeah, I might mean time walking for Deadmines. Either way, it's one of my all-time favorite dungeons. So I'm going to be happy once we get Westfall and we can go in there and do some farming. Because there are some rare items in there for sure. Oh yeah, when it was a time walking dungeon, that might be what I'm thinking. I do remember it being introduced at some point for current stuff, but I haven't been doing too much retail at the moment. I'll probably get back into it when the seasons reset, but for now I've been doing, obviously been doing a lot of Goldbound, Goldilocks farming. Quick tip, you can bind the interact action to a mouse button, so when you land next to an orb, you just look in the general direction and click to collect. No need for mouse clicking. I might try it out, but I feel like I'm so used to dismounting and clicking that it's kind of just in my DNA at this point. Yeah, we can get the Blackrock Mountain Zone. So the when we're in Red Ridge, we can go up the Burning Steps. So that would have potential access to Blackrock Mountain. That would be one of the next rolls.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
Did I see the guy doing the Guild Wars 2 version of this challenge? No, I actually haven't. What's his name? I wouldn't mind checking that out. I played Guild Wars 2 when it came out, but I kind of fell off, and then my account got hacked, and I never started playing again. Will the streams be compiled into a video of Goldbound? Do you need the episodes? Yeah, the streams are just a way for me to farm some of the back-end gold, whereas we're still doing the full-on, the primary thing is the videos. And Kangoo, Abel Rajan gifting 5 gifted on YouTube. Oh, thank you, man. We got the 5 gifted going out to Sir Moogle, the Dagker, Ogus Kona, Scamper, and Matt Shibler. So welcome, greetings, travelers, and thank you for the 5 gifted. And yeah, there are some rare bombs that we're farming for transmog still in Red Ridge. I'm breaking them down fully in the Saturday episode, so I won't spoil it too much, but there's a couple there. There's two major ones that I'm actually farming. Gemlocked is the title for the Guild Wars 2 series. Okay, I'm actually going to check that out tonight. We've got, it's a busy weekend though. We have, I have to work tomorrow, but then on Saturday, we're traveling out for, my wife and I are doing a team ultra marathon. So while the Goldbound is going live, scheduled live on Saturday, I'll be out running an ultra. So wish me luck. I'm not a runner, so it's gonna be rough. My first gold locked vid popped up on your feed like a month back, and since then you found like 3 other gold lock challenge or other locked challenges. It's been an enjoyable rabbit hole. Yeah, there's some good ones out there on YouTube. If you're currently watching like World of Warcraft zone locked stuff and like different unique challenges like that, and you ever feel like you need more content, check out RuneScape. They have some crazy challenges. Even if you don't play the game, it's still fun to watch. Thanks, Austin. Yeah, I've been training pretty hard for it, for the ultra, but I tend to have like a lot of goals at once. So I just did, like as far as fitness. So during the running prep, I started running like 9 months ago, kind of training up to get more kilometers. But about a month and a half ago, I did another powerlifting meet, and I found it's pretty hard to train for both of those. Squatting heavy and running is tough. How come we're back in Elwyn? We have this route that we're doing for today, as far as the ores and herbs, or just the herbs we're farming. And so with the challenge, we unlock new zones, but we can flow freely between the zones that we've already unlocked. You're so never returning to RuneScape? That's fair. That's definitely a fair take. If you don't want to return to RuneScape, I would not watch any of the RuneScape challenges, because that's what got me back into the game. Oh, you were just catching up on my last stream? Glad you could join the live one. Yeah, so right now we did the last one last Thursday. I'm trying to do one every week or so just to hang out and do a bit of a farm. Because we got to get gold somehow, right? And then some of the other more secret farms that we're doing in the episodes, we're kind of saving those ones for the actual videos. The Sunker looked it up, and Deadmines did get a heroic level 85 version in Cataclysm. Okay, that must be what I was thinking about. Because I could have sworn I remembered gearing in Deadmines for some season. You don't know if it'd be allowed, but would dragon riding be faster to farm? It might be. Especially since we're just doing herbs today, because the big plus of not doing dragon riding for mining is that I can mine the ore when I'm mounted, but I can't gather herbs while mounted. Because I'm not allowing myself to use a sky golem until I craft it on Goldie. The Sunker, you're really enjoying the Goldbound series? Well, I appreciate you you tuning in and enjoying it. I'm having fun making it. Alright, I'm just gonna sneak in here. I'm not picking up the rares in Elwyn right now just because we're trying to farm the rares that are in Redridge, so keep them a little bit separate. You haven't played WoW since 2018, but for some reason it's captivating to follow along the journey. Appreciate it. Appreciate your following along. I mean, that's one of those ones where I know there's quite a few, for me, RuneScape ones that I was watching before I got back into the game. It's just fun. Yeah, you think dragon riding might be faster because the Vigor system, you have 2 charges to take off. I find it might be faster if I'm on full attention, but when I'm going back and forth to chat and the game and looking at the mini map for the nodes, I think I might it might be too fast for me to process. The standard flying gives a bit of a chill farm. Electra, we're doing 1,500 total herbs, so we have the tally up here for all the herbs we've gotten, but we're not just gathering them, we're going to process them on stream as well, so that'll be a bit of an extra time. Oh, all right, so let's see what we get here. We got a sturdy treasure chest. These things are the craziest mix of potential gold, so let's see what we get. Okay, Prospector's Sash. Market value 1.2k, region market value 2.6k, min buyout is currently 1k. That is gonna go on the auction house for sure. Prospector's Sash. We're basically a prospector too, like we're just farming, so it's pretty chill. Yeah, creature, with dragon riding, you do have to pay a lot of attention to managing vigor and doing all that, so it's not as chill as far as farming. We're in it for the long haul today. We're not trying to do a speed run for a 1 hour max herbs per hour. We're doing It'll probably be 5 to 6 hours of farming. How do I see the region and min buyout information? That's Trade Skill Master, so that's an add-on. And so Trade Skill Master, it does like a couple things. It's both an auction house add-on where you can set up faster operations for posting and buying auctions, but it also gives you these tooltips, which I have an add-on or like a desktop application that syncs into Trade Skill Master's database, which has live data for the current prices of items. So if you see on the Mage Royal here, it says the green writing is 2 hours and 8 minutes ago, which means that data is current to 2 hours ago. So it basically gives you current auction data inputted directly into your tooltips, and you can change and see which ones you want to see. Yeah, Sir Moogle, that Prospector's Belt would be pretty nice to sell. What does it look? I can't see what it looks like because it would reveal my current in-game name, so I won't do that. Have I had any issues with farming bots? Honestly, I haven't really. The biggest, not issue, but the most people I saw farming was when the series first came out. There was a whole bunch of other people doing the challenge, so I saw them out around, but I don't think they were botting because they all had like gold locked names, which was cool to see.
It's too far away.
All right, Defender's leggings, those aren't worth too much, but we'll put them in the collecting bag. And what do people from retail need for the basic herbs? Yeah, Sword Eye 83 is right. We make them into glyphs, and the glyphs are kind of cosmetic enhancements for different classes. But we'll do a deeper dive into that once we have 1500, because we're going to process that all on stream and show you exactly what we're doing with these herbs. Because in this new zone, there are a few we're getting new herbs that we weren't getting in Elwyn, which means we get new pigments and new inks, and we can make new glyphs. How difficult do I think this challenge would be on Classic? If you do the exact same rules, it would be near impossible, because I don't think, unless you're doing Classic Mop, there's no WoW token, so you would have to choose something else to be your ticket out of there. And so then the challenge would be as hard as you want it to be, because you would have to set some kind of a threshold where you maybe use 1,000 gold or 150 gold or something, where once you obtain that, then you can leave the zone. But you could definitely do it, and I think one fun way to do it would be to say, give like a list of preset items, kind of like how Trader Steve does it in RuneScape, like a global list of items that are worth over 500 gold, and so you slowly buy those items and you collect those items to unlock your zone. So I think that's how you'd have to do it if you were to do it on Classic. It would be fun, but I just haven't done it myself because I think doing 2 of these at once would be a little bit much. Happy to see me doing another stream. I'm happy to see you tuning in to the stream. Rainmaker, wow, let you know after stream you got 10 to 15 minutes to set up follower, dono, sub notifications for your channel. Well, I will set them up, but for Twitch, I just made the account, so I have to hit the requirements. I think it's like 50 followers, average 3 viewers, 8 hours streamed, and the big one for me, which should take a while, is you have to have 7 independent streams to become an affiliate, and that's when you get your subs and all that. So then I'll have the notifications turned on. I think that's how it works, at least. And if you're on YouTube and you prefer Twitch, we are multi-streaming now, so there should be a link down below for the Twitch stream. So if you prefer to watch on Twitch, you can do that for sure. Three franchise? You're saying that waiting for the next episode is like waiting for the next episode of Game of Thrones? Well, I appreciate that's a massive compliment. I'm glad you're looking forward to them. I'm having a lot of fun making them and trying to keep the quality up and improve a little bit every time. So. Kanger, did I ever expect that I have so many followers before creating the series? No, I honestly didn't. Like, the backstory of making the Goldbound series, I had a few other YouTube channels that I was working on like different aspects, but the Pathalerix channel was an old World of Warcraft channel that I had when I was doing like gold farms and stuff. Like, if you go back on the channel, you can see, I think, videos up to nine years ago. And so when I made the Goldbound series, I was just kind of wanting a fun side project to, do in my spare time. I didn't expect it to have such a positive response from the community, but it just blew up, and I'm so appreciative of it. So I'm happy you're all here chilling with me and enjoying this crazy, crazy challenge. Which is perfect, right? Because it was a challenge I set for myself, not assuming it would do well. So I'll be having fun grinding away, whether or not it had blown up, but it's just cherry on the cake, right? It's so fun to be able to do the challenge and have these streams where we can chat and interact. It's a good time. Is alchemy good profit on retail? It can be. I mean, current content, everything can be, but you need to really maximize your professions as far as profession knowledge, and go into certain specs. I was doing some alchemy earlier this season, and I had 2 characters. One was an alchemist who was doing flasks, so he was spec'd for flasks, and one was an alchemist who was spec'd for potions, doing a lot of potions. But you really have to choose which one you're going to do. Frugi, you're doing zone locked all the things challenge while watching this. Awesome. That's a fun one. I would probably be playing along with that if I wasn't so occupied with Goldbound, to be honest. All right, so what's the current tally at? Can anyone add that up? We're at 22, 18, 90, 52, 6, 11, 62. I don't know if I can do that quick of math right now on stream. That's a bit of an ask. I could pull up the calculator, but I don't think we're very close to 1,000 or 1,500. Oh yeah, Twitch Steam doesn't have the category of the game. Let me go change that. Thanks for pointing that out. That way, World of Warcraft. Okay, now we should be streaming World of Warcraft, which also means that there's drops enabled. So the longer you watch, you might get that turtle backpack. You're saying we're at 261, 250? Okay, that's we're doing pretty good then, actually. That's faster than I thought it would be. Yeah, I think I did enable the drops on Twitch. I clicked the button. There was like a toggle, and it said drops enabled, and I looked for the backpack, so I think it's on there. But yeah, it might not work before affiliate. I don't know. But it didn't give me like a notification otherwise, so we're gonna roll with it. Yeah, 263 at the moment. Right on. We'll take it. Yeah, the first hour we're always kind of chill, you know, just kind of getting a lay of the land. All my auctions are expiring, but then the second hour, I got a energy drink here that we're gonna crack and really really up the ante with the farms. Hey Glenn, glad to see me live again. Well, I'm glad to see you back tuning in. Good to have you. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm having fun farming, but I'm glad you're all liking to hang out while we farm some herbs. It's not exactly MLG gameplay, is it? But it's a fun way to play the game. Bartender, we're doing, it's not that L1 is more efficient for herbs, but we're just doing a really big route. So, let me pull it up over here. So we're doing this. This is our current route for today. I'll just adjust the size here. So we're kind of flowing between both zones for one big, massive route. Just gives us more time to have the herbs respawn. Sword Eye, have I farmed Hoger and Elwyn, or is he only in the stockades? He still is in Elwyn, but during the quest, you can actually kill him. So you get him down to 1 HP and he runs away, so there's no loot from him, so you can't get any transmog. So we'll have to wait for Westfall to get loot from him. Stin, did I announce when the next upload will be? Yes, so it is going to be in 2 days, so it's this coming Saturday. Next episode will be released. I don't know how long the average herb respawn is. It kind of seems like it might be, give or take, 4 to 5 minutes. Because if you're doing a really tight route on a really high density place, you'll notice that they're all intermingled. And every now and then we're going to be, when we're in Redridge, killing a few packs of mobs that I know a couple drops from. With the world drops being a little bit weird, I find it's kind of good to just not sit and farm one mob for an hour, but to every now and then kill like 10 of them. Because if you kill a couple of them, you get like all of the loot table before the world drop problems start happening, and you don't get anything. Stindamin, yeah, no worry. If you like the Saturday uploads, give you something to watch during work. Yeah, I like the Saturday upload schedule. Right now we're doing every 2 weeks, but I'm hoping in the future here we're going to be able to have maybe 3 a month with so still on Saturdays, but have it be not always 2 weeks between episodes if we can get some good progress. Bartender, you wonder if the world drop issue is just Blizzard's solution to bot farmers? Honestly, I kind of thought that for a little bit too. It definitely could be. And Marcutia and Speedy QT we unlocked Redridge, where we can go back and forth between Elwyn and Redridge. We're kind of unlocking the zone slowly. So we're doing a big route between both of those zones. So we're just now going back into Redridge here. For the most part, we're trying to just do our transmog in Redridge until we kind of get burnt out there and need to crank up the speed a little bit. But when we're doing herb routes, all these herbs we're getting in Elwyn can also be found in Redridge, with the exception of Peace Bloom. So it doesn't change too much there. But here we are back in Redridge. Momo Sauce, you're glad to finally catch a live? Well, welcome here. Welcome to the live. Glad to have you. Yeah, I mean, you could run a similar challenge where you get locked into the next zone. I think if you're going to do that, you might want to drop all of your items and reset. But for the challenge, we're trying to eventually discover the entire map slowly, and then we'll have eventually every zone unlocked. But every new zone, we are really trying to fully explore the farms in that zone. So the first couple episodes, assuming we're locked into that zone for at least a few weeks, we're really trying to explore and find those unique farms that you wouldn't find otherwise. Yeah, it's more interesting to gather in both zones and efficient just for respawn time of all the herbs all at once. Andrew Swally with the super chat. Thanks for the super chat. What's a zone you could roll next that I would most want? Well, so we are able to roll all of the zones connected to the ones we have unlocked, which is Red Ridge and Westfall. Honestly, my biggest one would still be Westfall. So right now with L1 and Red Ridge, we have access through Red Ridge to roll Burning Steps, Duskwood, and Swamposaurus. And Elwyn is Westfall and Dunmoreau. And out of all of those, I kind of want Westfall personally. And no rare killing. So we are taking out a couple rares here, but not all of them. So I'll show you. We'll try to fight Null Feaster. I can't kill him right now. He's the only rare in Elwyn, or sorry, in Red Ridge, that scales past Chromie Time, and that's because Chromie Time was set to Cataclysm, and Null Feaster came out, I think, in Battle for Azeroth, so it was after Cataclysm, so he doesn't get scaled by it. And Austin is asking about the Stellacam update. We're working on it. I've got, you'll see once I have a cam set up, probably the next couple streams, we'll have a setup in the back where we have a dog bed and 2 cat beds, because I have a dog and 2 cats that like to hang out with me when I'm here. Yeah, so Westfall, there's a few things. One for me is really just the nostalgia of it. I want to do the quest lines. Second one is it has, out of all the zones we have, the Dungeon of Dead Mines is the one I want the most. But it also has some actually really profitable farms that I would love to showcase on the videos. So it's kind of got the trifecta. Yep. Oh, what a dog! You got a dog. You got a doggo too. Right on, Rainmaker. It's nice having a pup and a dog to hang out with, especially like on runs and stuff. She's my dog Stella. She's 7 and she's a bit of a mix. She kind of looks like a teenage German Shepherd all the time, but she's 7, and she has some good endurance. So she likes to run and then hang out while I play games. Oh, you haven't seen the retail animation for picking herbs? It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, retail has some interesting animations compared to classic. I'll give you that. I do prefer the classic models myself, if I had a vote. Kiowa Art, are we considering dungeons as part of the zone? Yeah, so if the dungeon is in the zone, we're considering it as part. So like Westfall would have Dead Mines. Dust Wallow would have Sunken Temple. Honestly, Sunken Temple would be really fun too. But those zones we unlock will have them. Did I ever study economics and business in real life? I seem knowledgeable about the WoW economy. I did, yeah, actually. I had my undergrad in business, so I did study it, but I don't know how much of it carried over to the WoW economy. I think my WoW economy knowledge is just from being a gold goblin for years and years, but I guess some of it would carry over. I don't think I did terribly well in economics, though. My major was marketing, if that tells you anything, so. and philosophy. I really just needed my undergrad to for GPA, so. Yeah, the retail herb picking animation is a bit wild. All right, so I mentioned we're not picking up Null Feaster as we go. There's a couple reasons why. Number one, the only drop that we care about from him is the Red Ridge Tarantula egg, which we've since learned is a once per character thing, and we already got it, so there's no point killing him for the grays. And he actually scales, so let me show you here. We're gonna pop our CDs. Give you some actual gameplay here. But look, he is gonna hit like a truck. And the problem with being so scaled is I'm having to really focus on my keybinds because I haven't really been using them. But I actually like can't kill him. It's ridiculous. So we're not farming Null Feaster. Yeah, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave him be. He is crazy. Yeah, Swamp of Sorrows has. Yeah, so Swamp of Sorrows is the one that has Sunken Temple. Well, yeah, and people were telling me that there's a new ability called Recuperate. Oh. What? Take a breather, prepare some food, and you have a meal. It restores 50% of your maximum health over 10 seconds. What? What? Well, that would have been handy when I was leveling Red Ridge without food. After the video came out, so many people were commenting this, but I didn't know that that was in there. I like the animation. You whip out a frying pan, fan the flames. Okay. Well, good to know. Yeah, I think that was just last patch. Because I was looking for different food in Elwyn and Red Ridge, but it was all so low level, and I couldn't get any cooking recipes that were higher level, but I had like 170,000 hit points. So Recuperate is good. Is it out of combat only, or can you use it in combat? Okay, yeah, it's out of combat only. At least that's good. Yeah, Andrew, it actually might have come out after my Red Ridge questing, because like I think I released the video just around the patch, but I might have actually been questing while it was not released yet. I'll tell myself that because I sat for like 3 minutes at a time to have my health regen, and I could have just been using that. Hi Kip, glad to see you in the stream. And Flange Cat, hello from the UK, enjoying the content. The UK, what time is it there? It's where I'm at, it's noon, which means actually we're gonna crack a little energy drink. All right, that's the stuff. Yeah, and the thing is, I guess with Recuperate, it doesn't give you any buffs, whereas cooking would give you a buff. No, I didn't say what energy drink I was sipping. I do drink a lot of energy drinks though. I should definitely get an energy drink sponsor. That'd be awesome. I mix it up though. There's so I live in Canada, and we have a lot more requirements on what can be included. But there's some energy drinks in the US that whenever I travel there, I actually can't help but have so many of them because they put nootropics in them, which they can't do in Canada. They have to be a separate not substance, but like supplement. Yeah. So we have the tamed down versions here. People reacting like Pavlov's dog hearing that can opening. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mix maple syrup in my energy drinks. Yeah, 100%. You know, it balances out the energy with natural sugars. Funny enough, when I'm doing different athletics like powerlifting, for powerlifting it's a weight class sport, so you have to cut weight, which means you deplete water and deplete electrolytes and deplete carbs to make weight, so you're lighter, compete in a lighter weight class, and then you refeed after. But when I'm doing a powerlifting meet, I'm constantly sipping either salted honey or maple syrup. So I guess it isn't just a meme. I'm just drinking it. Yeah, maple syrup is actually unreal. It's so, like legit maple syrup. I hate to admit it, but I have one in the fridge and I'll walk by the fridge and take a sip. It is the most stereotypical thing ever. Not to mention, put that on some pancakes, some waffles. It's 1 in the morning, Yume. Wow. Well, there will be a VOD if you need to go to bed, you know. There will be a VOD on YouTube and I think Twitch. Which reminds me, if you're on YouTube and you prefer Twitch, we are streaming on both now. So we're multi-streaming on Twitch. Link is in the stream description on YouTube, so if you want to head over there. This is the first stream on Twitch, so we're trying to hit the requirements for Twitch affiliate, so we can do like subs and stuff. So if you want to go have a follow, I appreciate it, and I'll see you there. But if you prefer watching on YouTube, then I'll be on both. That's the beauty of the multi-stream. Whoa. What the heck? Okay. We just killed a Red Ridge Thrasher and got Knoll Kindred Bracers? Current min buyout 10,600 gold? Market value 9k? What the heck? Okay. That's a big W. I was not farming that, but we're going to take it. It's probably going to be going with our stash of things that have some decent value. Let's roll. Yeah, the sale rate is a bit low, right? 0.005% sale rate, but it does have a sale average of 475 gold. So something like this, I would probably price it below market value just so that people would buy it. But I mean, even if we got 500 gold for it, I'd be happy. Yeah, most of the transmog that's well known, I'll post at market value, but some that's a lot niche with like the lower sale rates, I will sometimes put it on like crazy low buyouts. Lele, it dropped when you joined. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, transmog is one of those things where it's really hit and miss. You'll get crazy amounts of item value, but things like a lot of these transmog items, they could take months or years to sell. But the idea with transmog is you build up the bank, and then yeah, sometimes we do businessman moves, and I've been known to put a price on that's crazy low and just get a quick buyout. I mean, if I'm on Goldilocks, let's just play it out right. If I'm on Goldilocks and I have 3 items that are worth 60k, right, and they have a region sale average of 0.05, but I see that there's a region sale value of maybe like they averagely sell for like 3,000. I'll go post one for 3,000, and like they will often sell for that to people just sniping them out, right? So I will sometimes do that if I have more stock than I have time to sell on Goldie, because we'd rather have gold now than more gold later. Also, yeah, 0G, we are, oh my gosh. I think the next herb will level us up to level 71. So let's get ready for it. We only have 10 more levels to go until max level, so let's get hyped. Y'all ready? Ding ink. Let's go. Ooh. Heck yeah. Level 71. Oh wait, we actually just unlocked hero talents? Oh, that's massive. Whoa. Okay. Not that we're... Well, actually... What the heck? There we go. So if I'm combat, do we go Fatebound or Trickster? Like, what's the meta here? Because so the Fatebound eagerly act as the hand of fate. Sowing chaos with the well-laid plans. Guided by the whims of a flipped Fatebound coin. They deliver the end of their enemies. Okay. Andrew, thanks for the super chat, $5, level 71 ding. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Real Creatures saying Fatebound for the better drop rates. Yeah. So let's see. Hand of Fate. Flip a Fatebound coin each time a finishing move consumes 5 or more combo points. Heads increases the damage of your attacks by 10%. Yeah. We're going to go Fate because that will just, you know, give us some... And we need Leech. Okay. Awesome. So Fatebound hopefully will increase our drop rates, right? Yeah. I had honestly never read the hero talents for Combat Rogue, but Fatebound just matches. Like it literally, like Goldbound, Fatebound coins. Yeah, you're right. Is it Fatbound? No, it's Fatebound, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'd made the right decision going Fatebound there. And we can definitely pretend it increases the drop rate, which, like, there's been so many situations in the challenge. Also, if you hear it jingling, it's because our cat Poncho is on the stream desk with us here, so she's just checking it out. I had to buy a bigger desk because more room for her to sit. Thanks on the ding. Yeah, we don't get a ding too often on Goldie. I think the Slash played on level 70 was like 1 day, 10 hours. So it's not too common we level up. Yeah, Andrew, you're saying it makes you think that we need to add titles into the game for every hero talent, so you could be Goldilocked the Fatebound. That would be actually amazing. I could honestly probably put that into the name generator thing. We'll have to have a deeper dive into those talents, and maybe we can min-max our gear and actually take down Null Feaster once we're done with Red Ridge. That would be a pretty epic fight. I would have to, like, prep for it. $365 herbs so far. Yeah, we're actually going along at a pretty good clip here, aren't we? There's got to be a way on this add-on to do like a cumulative tally, but I couldn't figure it out when I was looking. Kawaka, how long did the 2K copper farm take? That one was 6.5 hours, and we were pretty focused for that whole, for the whole farm. And Magic, welcome back. Didn't get the notification I went live. There was some weird stuff with the stream, just because I was the first time multi-streaming. I had to re-enter my stream key on YouTube, but we got it going. So it might have messed up the YouTube notifications, but glad you're here. Learning every day with old YouTube editing, streaming. It's a whole new world. We're working on a nice stream cam. I'm not intentionally being a faceless YouTuber. I'm obviously not going to have my like a stream cam in my Goldbound videos, but I think it'd be nice if streaming at a stream cam, and then I have a couple of two cats and a dog that could come hang out too, so that would always be fun. When I mentioned the RuneScape on the stream, it reminded you of a good video where Barney64 played it on Goblin Man mode, where he needed to get other players to loot and pass him items. Interesting. I don't think I actually saw that series. Alright, Andrew, your work is starting, so you'll depart. Thank you. Well, I appreciate the super chats while you were here, and have a good day at work. Catch you in the next stream. Roger that, Matt. See, I'm going to look into that for the next stream. We'll get that updated. I'll try not to hover over. Feet cam? I'm going to pass on the feet cam. I'm sorry. Any lifting news since last stream? Not too much. For myself, actually. I mean, I've just been training. I have this coming weekend on Saturday, right actually when Goldbound releases, the starting gun will fire for my ultra marathon. I'm not doing it solo, but we're doing it with a team. So it's 5 people. We're like a group of 5 of us are gonna go do the race. But in the whole world, there was some big lifting news. Hafthor Julius Bjornsson broke his previous deadlift world record of 501 kilos, which had some controversy on if it was a legit lift when he broke it over Eddie Hall's previous record of 500 kilos when Hafthor did that like 4 years ago. But he just broke it again at 505 kg in a competition, so it kind of erases any doubts in anyone's mind. So that was some big lifting news for sure. There's a little bit of controversy on the lockout, but I mean, you got to give it to him, right? So if you want lifting news, that's the hottest news of the week for sure. How many times a week do I train for powerlifting? When I weight train 5 days a week. 3 to 4 of those right now are a bit powerlifting focused. When I'm prepping for a competition, it'll be 5 to 6 days a week. Poncho. Sorry, my cat is hitting the microphone if you're getting feedback there. Yeah, Myth, you just realized I can't buy from the auction house, so never mind on the Sky Golem. Yeah, we will eventually be able to use the Sky Golem when we craft it, but that's going to be a long ways away. I do have it, like, on my account, but I'm not going to use it until we unlock it on Goldie. Yeah, Nicola, you saw people giving him smack for using equipment for getting 505 up. It wasn't raw. I mean, like, I get where people are coming from, but in the category he's in, right, it's the strongman rules where you can have straps and a deadlift suit. And Eddie had... Didn't Eddie wear a deadlift suit? He definitely had straps. Yeah, he was using gear too. Yeah. And what are we using for editing videos? So I'm using DaVinci Resolve as my editing software. It's a good one. There's pro versions and free versions, but it's kind of, in my opinion, one of the better free version ones. I don't know how to use probably like 80% or more of it, but yeah, Eddie wore the suit, strap, and gloves, just like Hafthor. Yeah, there's the same category, right? So they both have the equipment. Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to Hafthor, coming back after getting it done. He said he's going to be pulling 510, right, at the Deadlift World Champs, or that one is up in like 4 months. And yeah, Flo, my cat's name is Poncho. I have 2 cats now, though. We got a new one last week, whose name is Boo. So they're kind of settling in. What's the gathering add-on called? The one that has the display up here? I think it's wow, what was it? Farming bar. It's farming bar. And genuine question, why don't we stay in Redridge? Well, we're kind of doing the flow through, so we have both zones unlocked. So we're doing like a big loop, right? So this is the loop that we're doing today, as far as the big farm loop, just to maximize how many herbs and ores that we're actually getting here. Sam Gill, thanks for returning your love of WoW. 2012 player. The €2 super chat. Well, thank you, and I'm glad I could return your love of WoW. It's a beautiful game. And 2012, what a time to play. 2012 is what expansion was that? I can't even remember. But glad to have you here on the stream. Mop, yeah. Mop. Yeah, that's when I started gold farming myself, actually. Mop. Yeah, that would have definitely been a fun time to get into the game. Cat a mop time, yeah. Are any of you playing Mop Classic? I haven't gotten into it yet. I've been planning to, I've just been so busy. I'm happy to hear how it's going, though, if anyone is playing. Real creature you are, you're leveling still? Well, yeah, because it takes, like, what, 15 to 20 hours to level up? Yeah, the two zones, they give pretty much the same herbs and ores. The only difference is only Elwyn has Peace Bloom, but the rest are all found in Redridge. You guys are playing Mop Class? Sounds like you are. Sir Moogle's playing with him and his wife. I gotta get my wife playing Mop Classic. I don't think she'll buy that, though. I don't think she's down. I should try. Sounds like... Well, you're still leveling here. Oh, that's right. The first raid drops today in Mop. I didn't raid in Mop, but I did at the very end. The very end. Most of Mop I PvP'd, to be honest. Original beta player here. That's legit. Did I manage to get any mount drops last mount for the bounty? I did not. I only did ICC over and over, but I didn't get it. Good day, Baki. Glad to see you're making this more regular thing with the gathering and chatting. Yeah, it's a fun way to gather some gold and just interact. You just did ICC 10 minutes ago, no mount as usual. Yeah, I've been doing ICC pretty much every week for years, and I didn't get it in the bounty, so it's all good. My one friend just got it in the bounty, Invincible's Reigns, so I'm a bit jealous, but it's okay. Yeah, the aesthetic in Mop is it's a beautiful expansion. And also, like, the soundtracks. The soundtracks in Mop they go pretty hard. Yeah, I would definitely be playing Mop Classic, but right now a lot of my game time is a little bit on Goldilocks. What is the best expansion for WoW and why? Ooh, that's a tough question. That's a tough question. I go back and forth. I think it depends. Like, I have different favorite expansions for PvP, for raiding. Like, for raiding, my favorite expansion was Kata. With Blackwing Lair, Bastion of Twilight, and Firelands. That was like when I first actually got into raiding. Favorite PvP expansion was Mop, and favorite Mythic Plus expansion was probably Legion. But favorite nostalgia is Burning Crusade, because that's when I started playing. So I kind of just had half of all the expansions, but... Sandyman, you said you did ICC over and over with the bounty, but you didn't get it until you leveled up a level 38 and finally got it? Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's the trick. And well, congrats on on Invincible's reigns. There's a lot of MMOs right now that people are having a good time with. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about Guild Wars 2. A lot of people are getting back into RuneScape. Got Mop Classic, got Retail, got Hardcore WoW. Lots going on. Yeah, going back to the deadlifts, Eddie Hall's 500 kilo lift was pretty clean. Like, there's no question about it. Bled all over the place. And I think he had to get ambulanced off because his heart rate wouldn't come down, like, after. But it was a clean lift. And the other thing about Eddie's lift, when he broke that, when he pulled 500 kilos, the current world record was 470, right? Or right around there. So he upped it by 30 kilos, which at that weight is actually insane. So, I mean, that alone, it's just like shattering the 4-minute mile back in the day. It's like everyone thought that was the barrier. Your human body couldn't do it, and he just did it. Can we get deadlift maxes in the chat? What's everyone's deadlift max? We're gonna go any stance. So if you're strongman, all good, conventional. If you're a power lifter, we can go ahead and put sumo, as long as it's on a stiff bar. Not a sumo with a whip bar and extra wide plates. 0. You've probably deadlifted like the bar, like something, right? Yeah, I mean, like, even if you don't lift regularly, you've probably deadlifted before. Even if it wasn't with a barbell, like, if you pick something up, it's a deadlift, right? Raphael coming with 140 kgs, 3 plates. Respect. Yeah, 140 that's no joke. I can lift my cat and that's what counts. Well, yeah. I mean, that is what counts, isn't it? You can deadlift like 20 bags of groceries. That's probably got to be like 70 pounds. 345. Oh, Q-Dog, yeah. Q-Dog is, you know, pulling some serious weight. Zero G lifting 195 kilos. That's getting into some serious territory for sure. It's like 425, 430 pounds. Yeah, getting 4 plates on the bar there. Yeah, Frost. Whether or not you lift, following Strongman is so fun. Like, even before I was into training, whenever the World's Strongest Man came on, the TV, 'cause, like, it was on actual like broadcasts. I just love watching it. You can go back on YouTube and watch like the 1970s World's Strongest Man broadcast. It's so fun. Bomber, you love the series and you really want to get back into WoW, but you feel like it's too complex for a new player. It would take a bit to learn the curves, but you could you could play some of the classic game versions, like classic WoW, Anniversary Realms, or like Mob Classic, which might be a better transition into the game. Q-Dog, yeah, 345 pounds American, not kilos. 345 kilos would be, that'd be very impressive. Yeah. Potential world record powerlifting deadlift there, depending on your body weight. You don't have a personal record on deadlifting, but you can do 7 kilometers on the rowing machine in under 30 minutes. That's actually crazy. I've tried like the one kilometer sprints on rowers, and going fast on those after like 30 seconds, it's just a whole nother ball game. So that's pretty impressive. Yeah, looking forward to the strongest man on Earth in 2 weeks. Me too. I'm looking forward to that comp for sure. Any strongman competition is just fun to watch. I've been debating hopping in a strongman meet. It'd have to be a local one, obviously, but it'd be a lot of fun. Never had lifted in a gym, but had to carry grown humans as a nurse. I mean, if you could pick up, if you can pick up a 180-pound man, like by yourself, you gotta be able to deadlift over 225 pounds, I would imagine. Even just the grip on that. Yeah, Cassio, if I was a druid, gathering professions would go through the roof with flying and mining. Yeah, because with druid flight form, you can gather while mounted. But for ore, like you can gather ore while mounted regardless. If you just hover over the ore, the game lets you pick it up. But for some reason with herbalism, if you're not a druid, it's not coded the same way for herbs, so I still have to dismount for it. I mean, I do have the Sky Golem, but I can't use it on Goldilocks until I craft it, which is going to be a long ways away. Wuggy, it's a really cool challenge. You quit WoW 3 years ago. Before that, you played since beta, but you still follow this. Well, I appreciate you following along. I mean, yeah, WoW is at an interesting space right now, so I'm glad you're tuning in. Yeah, Q-Dog, everyone should at some point lift weights. Opens your mind, and it's the best form of moderate meditation. I do find it a really good spot for just, what's the word for like a routine and, you know, keeping sane. Raphael, what's my total? Gym total, I don't know. Best comp total is 700 kilos. Mr. Sunglasses, the next video is going to be released in 2 days, Saturday. So it's 100% done. The only segment that I have to film and put into the video is the mailbox reveal. I didn't do it before the stream just so that we didn't have a spoiler. But it's all good to go, and after this stream today, we're going to schedule it for Saturday release. Yep, I think it'll be a good episode. We're getting a bit deeper into the Red Ridge farms in the episode, so it's fun. Man, the LOM music is just hitting right now for me. You used to watch Strongman during Pujanowski's time, 2002 to 2008, and that man was a beast. You met him once during an event in Poland, quite humble and decent fella. Yeah, Pujanowski is built different. That man is a brick house. Like, that's the definition of brick house there. Let's see if we can't get some more drops off these guys real quick. Yeah. Do I think that Red Ridge will be more or less episodes than Elwyn? I think it will be... Assuming regular luck on some of the sales, it might be less. We'll see, though. We'll see. I mean, the thing with a lot of these zones is there's like decent, consistent farms that we're doing on stream and stuff. But a lot of the gold will come from transmog. So in any zone, if we get lucky with a transmog sale, it can really speed up that zone. So did I quit my job already and go full-time farmer? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Maybe soon. And Tom, what did you miss? Why we're not in Red Ridge? We're doing a big farm loop between both zones. So a lot of the herbs are the same in both zones, so works for me. Because as we go through the challenge, we unlock the new zones, right? We can go back into the older ones. Thoughts on the new models for the Knolls compared to the old? I like the old ones for nostalgia. I mean, across the board, like I liked the old models. Personally, what do you all think of the reworked models versus the classic models across the board? What's the long-term vision for the challenge? Is it to complete every zone? That is honestly like the long-term vision, would be to fully explore every zone, which would give us two things. We would do every quest in every zone and get Lore Master, but also we would get Explorer. So ultimately we want to fully explore all of Azeroth. When is the next video? 2 days. It's coming out next Saturday is the next Goldbound release. So stay tuned. Yeah, so there's some rare spawns that I'm popping by just to see if they're up. Because this guy in particular has like a 30-minute to like 4-hour respawn. So if we can get him a couple times and get a couple chances at his gear, we're going to do so. It seems like you were all, it's kind of split on the new models versus the old models. Let's do, put 1 for old models and 2 for new models in the chat and see if we can get more of a poll. It's got some 1s and some 2s. I mean, yeah, I get it on both sides. I think it depends on when you started playing, on what models you prefer. Because, the ones, right? Like, we're seeing a lot of 1s here, a lot of 2s as well. It's kind of 50-50, actually. But, like, the idea of the 1s is it's nostalgia, right? Like, I think objectively, the new models are, like, better done on a graphics perspective, but, I mean, look at RuneScape. Actually, I mean, it is like 50-50 on 1s and 2s. Old models versus new models. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what gear it is, to be fair. Oh, Ascura, he's actually on a 48-minute timer. Okay. I didn't know his exact timer. That's good to know. Yeah, remember when they were new models? That was 10 years ago. Yeah, that's crazy. That is actually crazy. I do agree that the graphics matter less than the style. I don't like a lot of the run animations. I also don't love Like the new human cast animations. I like the old ones, but that's just me. I don't hate them. I got used to them, right? Yeah, the spider rail of Nullfacer does scale past 70, and we couldn't kill him. I need to like gear up and plan my rotation to take him down. He's a bit too strong for me right now. Ooh. Edged Bastard Sword of the Fire Flash. It's got min mod of 200 gold. We'll post it, nothing crazy. Yeah, Wuggy, as long as the Ponytail's dwarf cast animation is still the old hair wiggling one, you were all good. I hear you. I hear you on that for sure. Okay. It's also interesting when we're gathering 1,500 herbs to see the breakdown. So it seems like Silverleaf and Earthroot are by far the most common. But we're also a little bit skewed because we're doing both Elwyn and Redridge, right? So it gives a bit of both. How do I feel about wearing the current gear and not transmogging? I like it. I like having my appearance being the, at least on Goldilocks, my appearance being what gear I'm actually wearing. What we can do is as we get items, we can equip those items. So like, I have 2 Pale Skinners that I'm trying to sell off still from my Elwyn farm. I might just equip one and have it on my actual character model, like equipped, not transmogged. I think that'd be a cool way to save the coin of transmogging and actually do it. I mean, with the big split on the character models, I think it makes sense. Like they're gonna try to evolve the game, but I like the old ones. And Lele, why did I pick Alliance instead of Horde? Yeah, it's just personal preference. I have some Horde characters, but like most of my mains are Alliance, so I know Alliance better and I have more nostalgia than the Alliance zones, so I'd rather spend my time in zones like Elwyn and Westfall. And then later on in the challenge we can explore off into the wider world of Azeroth, which could be as soon as the next spin. You took a look into the farm lore add-on that I'm running, and you could only find an option to show total tracked per item, not actually consolidate all tracked items together. Yeah, I was playing around with it too, and I can only do that. There might be like a setting deeper in, but I couldn't find either to like actually show a total of herbs. But we'll just have to add it up as we go. Yeah, that's true. In retail, twinking has been completely gutted. Locking your XP causes you only to queue up to other people with XP locked. Yeah, retail, it's definitely not a twink's paradise. Most of the gear here, it's not going to be sold for twinks. Some of the gear that we're going to be getting is gear that back in twinking days would have been purchased by twinks, but for retail WoW, it's just going to be transmog. Sneaking a couple of kobold kills, you never know. Yeah, it's all about the transmog collection, right? Anyone trying to get like 100% completion on all the items equipped, they'd be buying these items. And heal please, yeah, so I do have a Twitch stream as well now. Today is actually my first Twitch stream ever, so I'm live on Twitch as well. We're multi-streaming. There should be a link in my description here if you prefer to watch on Twitch, where you could pop over and hang out on there. We're working our way through the ranks on Twitch to allow subs. So right now we're not affiliate, but I think we just need like watch time and some followers. So if you want to watch there, you can definitely pop over and do that. Yeah, Q-Dog, talking about twinks nowadays, like, so what a twink is in World of Warcraft is a character that, if doesn't reach max level and locks their XP to a certain level, for example, someone might stop their XP at level 19 and get really good gear for level 19 and go into battlegrounds and arenas with other players that are level 10 to 19 who have just normal leveling gear, and then it's basically like a smurf, right? You just have better gear, so you're smurfing is kind of what it is. Lazarop, what happens if I just arrive into a new zone and a big transmog sale happens? Do I just skip the new zone? Well, what I would do in that case, if we got like a massive sale, like in the first episode of a new zone, that episode we would really try to deep dive into the zone, and then during the mailbox reveal it would be like, yeah, we got enough gold to get out. But I would really try to do a deep dive in that episode and discover all the farms I could, just to have a spotlight on all the farms. But theoretically it could be a 1 episode zone if that happened. Since I started, have I ever been contacted by a GM who wanted to make sure I was not a bot? I haven't actually. I mean, I could see it happening. Like if I'm just doing circles in Redridge and Elwyn for 6 hours straight. Yeah. Info on Twitch, it's the channel name is Pathalerix Gold. That's the handle, but it should be linked in the description of this stream as well. Yeah, I mean, like, twinking back in the day, it was, like, way back, you couldn't actually turn your XP off, but you wouldn't get XP in Battlegrounds, so people would level up a character and do their runs through, like, Deadmines and Shadowfang Keep, and they would pay people to, like, kill all the trash, and then they would only hop in for the boss kills to get a chance at the gear they wanted. But theoretically, they could spill over if they didn't get lucky, and they'd have to like restart the character. Okay, so we're getting close to 200 earth roots, and we're at 175 silver leaf. So, anybody know what the tally is here if we add those all up? Oh, Asakura, you read my mind. We're at 616 herbs apparently. So we're over a third of the way. Making good progress. But don't forget, we're gonna process all these herbs on stream as well. So we're gonna mill and craft them. Nothing like farming Peace Bloom, eh? I'm actually surprised with some of the like transmog drops we've gotten so far. It's been pretty good. And that's just from killing mobs that were around or close to the mobs that we were getting. Pro tip, sell the WoW token you bought to buy the next one. Well, once you get the token, I mean, we still have it in our inventory, but we can't sell it. We can't trade it. We can only use it for Blizzard currency. Unfortunately. And Chug Life is saying, hi Pathalerix. So cool to see you on Twitch now. Good for you, man. Keep up the hard work. Appreciate it, Chug Life 35. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Let's see here. I think and Zaz02 with a super chat, 10 bucks. Do you think that farming this is more efficient gold than farming the War Within herbs? That's a good question. I think if you had the right profession tools and profession knowledge, then you would probably get more gold per hour farming War Within. But, I mean, to be fair, bismuth, like rank 1 and 2 bismuth, sells for less than copper ore. And one uncool, if enough people did the challenge and kept the token, that would deflate gold, right? Well, I mean, every token, like, someone has to pay real gold for. So it's not putting more gold into the economy, but it does... what it would do is increase the price of the token, I suppose, if there's more being sold. Yeah, and Deathwish, why is the WoW token in Mop Classic only 10k? It's way easier to farm. Well, because right now with retail, like the WoW token is 300k, but you got to think that there's way more gold in circulation. So there's been more inflation that happened in retail. So the 10k might actually be a similar like real value, like as far as how long it takes to farm it. I'm not sure how fast you could earn it in Mop Classic. Like, how much gold per hour can you realistically earn in Mop Classic if you're out farming? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the War Within farms, like, it's all about, like, as you gather, you get knowledge, like knowledge points, which are like talent points for your profession. And so you can get more and more efficient at those farms. And then it can pay off more and more. I don't know what a current content herb route would net you, though. And yeah, the secret of gold farming is to diversify and not only just doing the big profit ones. 100%. And like, there's two aspects to gold farming, right? You're farming gold to get gold, but you also want to do farms that are fun, which is kind of the whole point of this challenge, right? These farms aren't necessarily like the same rate as current content. Like, you could farm a token way faster if you just did cloth farms and stuff like that in current content. But this is a fun way to play the game. 100% fun way to play the game. Looks like we might have John Wick in the chat. Baba Yaga is asking when the next episode will be released. 2 days, so it's on Saturday at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. That's when it'll be live. Yeah, and like, farming isn't the only way to make gold in WoW. And even then, there's so many types of farming. Like, you could get into crafting shuffles, especially current content, where you'd be doing like inscription, jewel crafting. You can do trade skill farming like this, like doing farm routes, which is fun and chill. You could do auction house flipping, where you're buying items for low, selling for more. You can do transmog only farming, where you're doing dungeons. Like, there's so many ways you can farm, and it's just fun ways to play the game. And like, to be honest, part of the appeal of transmog farming is like, if you've ever played a trading card game, like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or the World of Warcraft trading card games, where like, you're opening packs to try to get rare cards. Green Vest, nice. Oh wow, spider silk is worth a lot too. But you're trying to get rare cards out of these packs. That's kind of like what dungeon farming is with transmog. Every dungeon is a chance at pulling a high item. And so it's like a bit of a rush when you get them. Yeah, Kwaka, you said you're almost maxed herb in the War Within. You can do a run through all the zones and get back to you how much you picked up. Yeah, even if you do like 15 minutes or half an hour, if you get a feel for how much gold it is in that time, you can just multiply it out. Oh wow, we're getting all kinds of drops here. So we got the Bard's Trousers. Those are only worth about 100 gold. Superior Shoulders of the Fire Flash, worth about 100 gold. And Greenweave Vest, also worth about 100 gold. Thank you, thank you. How big is the stockpile right now? Our auction house, we did some trimming after we left Elwyn, but right now we have 200 items that are being posted all the time. And a lot of them are like some of these greens that are a bit lower value. But I mean, if you sell a few of these every episode for 400 gold, that's like the same as like 100 copper ore, right? So it's it goes a long way. You're right. You're saying it would be cool to do a guild locked challenge where you get like 5 to 6 people doing it as a group, like a group Iron Man in RuneScape. That would be a cool idea. Like you could do Goldbound with a few people, and you'd have like your dedicated like enchanter and tailor. That way, especially in the higher level zones, you wouldn't have to worry about unlearning professions. We'll take out Chitter. You wouldn't have to worry about like your professions. You just have one person doing all of them. Oh, and a fortified cloak of the Aura, 300 gold. But these, of course, are all lower sell rates, so. Sadly, the transmog auction house is not cross-realm, otherwise things would be more available. Well, the thing is, like transmog, they introduced the Warband Bank, so it kind of does allow cross-realm trading, because what some people are doing is if they go to their bank and they go to their Warband Bank, you can put gold into your Warband Bank and then log into a new character on a new realm, access your Warband Bank, and withdraw the gold on a new realm to buy a transmog piece, which you would then put back into your Warband Bank to equip it on the other realm. So some people, like if you're looking for a really high or a rare transmog item, some people will search the whole region auction house for the lowest price and buy that one, which is why some transmog sells lower, even if some transmog sells slower, even if you're the lowest price on your realm, you might not be the lowest price on the market. So if someone's spending 100k on an item, they're probably going to go to the trouble to do that, right? Kanguri heading out, gonna have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you, I guess maybe in the Saturday episode if you're gonna watch. And John Fletcher saying, thanks for the content, it's been fun to watch. Do you have any idea when your next edit video will be? And where will we be with the money? So the next edit video is releasing this weekend, Saturday. And we'll have to wait for the gold tally reveal in that episode. We'll do a full mailbox clear from the last 2 weeks to see how much gold we've earned in Redridge so far and see how far into the challenge we are. Yes, and good evening. Looking forward to the next video. Well, looking forward to posting it. Should be a good one. We'll mix it up and do this next route in reverse as far as the route. People ask me sometimes if I ever get burnt out or bored of the farms. Nope, you just run it backwards, and it's like a whole new farm. Spooky Teapot is saying I've inspired them to resub, and then asked me to pick their alliance, main, race, and class combo. They don't know what to play. That's a big decision. I mean, my main is a human paladin, so that's my default. So if you want my advice, go human paladin. 100%. Are there any Red Ridge quests that I can't complete right now because they send me to other zones? There were a couple that send me to Duskwood, but there wasn't too many, to be honest. It's like the Hero's Call ones that send you to a new zone that I can't do. There are a couple for Westfall that I still have to do from when I was in Elwyn, but haven't done those ones yet. And if your calculations are right, we're already 6 weeks into Red Ridge. I think we might be four weeks. I think we're 4 weeks into Red Ridge. But the challenge in total, I don't know when I started. I have to look back when I started the actual Elwyn. When the first episode was released, I think I was only. It was like pretty. It was pretty close to when it was released, so that's a pretty accurate timestamp as to when I started. Yo, and John Fletcher with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Buy yourself a coffee. Whoa, thank you. I will do just that. I could go for a coffee after this. I think I might, after the stream, go down to the beach, get a coffee on the way. That'll be good. And Siri, you think the trend of WoW challenges is amazing? You're following so many of them, but yours, or mine, and Navel's Zone Locked are your favorites. Yeah, I appreciate that I'm one of your favorite ones there. Navel's Zone Locked is a really fun way to play the game. The ATT challenge, I like his series. And I'll tune in and lurk on his stream a fair amount too, actually. I think Elwyn was... Oh, I can't even remember now. I think Elwyn was a total of 6 or 7 weeks. Maybe 8 weeks. Although I think we only had Darkmoon Fair come up once. Which is another question, like when are we going to open Darkmoon Fair? Because it's only ever in Elwyn for us, and it's only ever around once a month. So what are your guys' thoughts on how we could implement the Darkmoon Fair? What are my thoughts on iced coffee? Man, I love iced coffee. One of my favorite ways to do iced coffee, I have like an espresso maker. So I'll do a shot of espresso and like a protein milk or a protein shake. Mix that up. Oh, unreal. Unreal. Good question, Chug Life. With a name like that, I'm assuming you probably like iced coffee too, eh? Hi, Demetrius. You love the videos? I appreciate it. Do it right now. Do Darkmoon Fair right now. It's not on, is it? It opens Sunday. I was thinking of doing like a special episode, yeah. The thing is, like, you can't put it on the randomizer because it's not open all the time, right? So if you get locked into it and you don't get out in time, then you kind of break the challenge. And then if when you spin the new zone, it's not up. Yeah. It could be a fun like one-off episode, like episode 7.5 or something when it's up. There are some really high, I've been debating this too, because there's some really high gold per hour farms in there. So maybe once we're doing the content a little more full time, we could do this stream doesn't end until I farm a token in Darkmoon Faire, and we'll do like a 20-hour stream or something. That could be fun. When I unlock the stockades, could be from Darkmoon Faire, like have it linked. That's a good idea. Yeah, John, there's a few ways to make gold in Darkmoon Faire, and it's honestly like perfect. There's transmog, and then there's also like trade goods that can consistently sell. So it's pretty high gold per hours, and like both current like stuff that would sell fast and stuff that would sell slow. So we could do like a stream where we just run it. What does my wife think of the new hobby? She's all for it, yeah. She's she popped in and gave me some cantaloupe actually like a half an hour ago. So she supporting. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think limiting like to like one token from Darkmoon Faire for like a spin-off would be good. And then not using it for like other zones. Just because there's such high gold per hour, I know I could get there. And yeah, we are still farming a few rares for their drops. I'm just not farming the rares in Elwyn right now because we just unlocked Red Ridge, so I'm trying to keep those farms to the new zones as we're doing them. But there are a few rares in Red Ridge that I'm taking down every time. Why am I in Elwyn Forest and not Red Ridge? Well, since we have both zones unlocked, I'll show you real quick. This is the route we're doing, where we're doing both. Just because all the gathering materials, except for Peace Bloom, are the same in Red Ridge as Elwyn. It gives us a bigger farm loop. What's the slash played now? Should I do a slash played reveal on stream here? I could do that. It'll be a couple days, that's for sure. Yeah, honestly, I mean, Elwyn, I just missed the soundtracks. Yeah, it's a big route. I think each run around the route right now is taking like 10 to 15 minutes. It's a bit slower because I'm not like speed farming right now. I'm just trying to keep a consistent pace while keeping up with the chat. So sorry if I miss any messages. I'm keeping my eye on the mini map to see the little nodes, but also trying to keep up with the questions in the chat. Woobwob Gasson, not to brag or anything, but you were here on the first stream. Is this the second? Yeah, this is the second stream ever. This is the second Goldbound stream. First one was last week, so glad you could tune into both. Hope you're enjoying hanging out. This is the first Twitch stream, so if you're just popping in, we're also live on Twitch. There should be a link in the description. The Twitch handle is @Pathalerix Gold. So we're multi-streaming, so if you prefer to watch on Twitch, then you can definitely hop over there. And then I installed some ways to multi-stream, and now I have on my end, I have a chat box that shows me both chats, so I can interact with both at the same time, which is pretty sweet. Stormy, glad you could pop in live. You got to say you love the videos as a 20-year-old WoW or 20-year WoW veteran. You're enjoying. I'm finding a fun way to entertain plus narrating. I appreciate it. I'm glad you could hop in on the live. This is we're not live too often, but it's a good way to hang out. And so I'm glad you're enjoying the Goldbound episodes. New ones dropping this weekend, so stay tuned. Where is this herb? What the heck? Am I, oh, okay. Yep. Those of you who were here last week, you're at 100% attendance on the Goldbound streams.
I don't have a target.
Yeah, so this is the first Twitch stream, so you can call, you can say you've had both there. Hey Nerdy One, yeah, I've started the Twitch stream, so we're just we're growing the Twitch side of things. So right now we're this is like a brand new like Twitch account, so we're gonna try to get the requirements for affiliates so we can do subs and fun stuff like that. So I think we need to have like 7 different streams, but we're making our way through. What's my inspiration back in the day for originally starting to play WoW? I heard about it first, let me think. I first heard about WoW from my older brother. A couple of his friends were playing it, and like there was whispers about the free trial. And so the first time playing WoW, I didn't actually play, I watched my brother play the free trial from over his shoulder. Well, to be fair, actually, the first time playing WoW was watching for 4 days as the loading bar from the discs tried to download it onto our family computer. And that took forever. So that was my motivation with my brother. And once he started playing, he had the free trial, I tried it out too, made a character, and haven't looked back ever since. Fell in love with the game, that's for sure. I think that was like 2008, 2009. Other than getting the gold, what's been the hardest part of the challenge? That's a good question. I think aside from the gold aspect, the unexpected market changes from the series popping off were kind of fun to deal with, but definitely unexpected, like different items being more expensive or less expensive or selling faster. That was unexpected and a challenge, but I'm here for the challenge, right? Real ones watch on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Fair enough. Fair enough. Luckily, I just moved houses, right? And so I got new internet, so we have pretty crazy upload speed, so I have no problem now doing the 2 streams, which is awesome. Yeah, Carson, throw back to those install discs. And here's to all the older brothers introducing us to Azeroth. 100%, man. I know exactly what you're talking about. I still have my original right here on my shelf World of Warcraft install discs with like the old user guide. I think there's some typos in there saying you could be like different classes that you actually can't be, so it's a cool throwback to have those. Once we have a cam, I'll show you the discs. I have my old set, the exact old set, the classic one. Yeah, the only thing that took longer for the game to download from the discs was trying to download the big patch on dial-up internet. Yeah, where you're playing in a fight and you get a call on your landline and you DC from the game. I don't think hardcore WoW could have been a thing back then. There'd be like way too many DC deaths. I don't know if this challenge would be easier on Mopper or current servers. I'm not sure how hard the token is to get on Mop. Take out a few of these guys. Yeah, having the old physical copies is such a satisfying thing. I only have my classic. I don't have my Wrath or onwards. And then eventually I just started buying the digital version, so I never had them. Yeah, I remember not too long ago, maybe, well, I guess I'm saying not too long ago, but it was maybe, might have been Mop, but like 10 years ago maybe. I was installing the game on a new laptop, and I was wanting to play arenas with my one friend. I was over at his house for a LAN. And back then you could, before the game was done downloading, you could click like enter world, and it would say it's not going to be ideal, but if you want, you can go play. And I was doing arenas, and we queued into an arena, and my game was still downloading, and I guess it hadn't installed the gates yet. So in the arena, when it was counting down to gate open, I could just walk out into the arena and into the enemy's starting cage, and I could hit them before the game started. So I did it in one game, and then I realized I'm just straight up gonna get reported for like hacking or something, so I stopped doing it, but there's definitely some weird stuff that happened while the game was downloading. Yeah, I really don't know, like as far as the challenge on retail versus classic servers, I don't know how long it would take like an hours to farm a token on Mr. Pandaria Classic. Does anyone know what, for example, like 1 copper goes for on Mop Classic? Because that might be a good way to compare it, because we know how much copper we can farm in an hour. If anyone can pull up TSM or Trade Skill Master to see what a copper goes for. And Mana Herb, welcome as a fellow traveler, YouTube joiner. Greetings, travelers. Happy to have you here. Mana Herb. Good name for the stream. It's a big herb day. Oh, that's true. I guess in Mop you might be stuck on a ground mount. So Jaden's saying that 1 copper is 22 silver. So that's like 20 times less than retail. So times 10,000 by 20. So it'd be like the equivalent of like a 200k. Honestly, the challenge might be similar timeline for Elwyn, because like from a copper ore to WoW token ratio, copper ore is worth more technically on Mop, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to fly and gather in Mop for your copper ore, so you might be able to get it slower. And then, to be fair, in Elwyn you wouldn't have the Frayed Knot yet, I don't think, because that came out with it came out with Erebos. So I don't know. I wonder if anyone ever will do the challenge on classic servers. I don't think I've seen one pop up, but it would be interesting to see how long it would take. Yeah, because in Mop you wouldn't scale past like there's no time flowing, right? So you would be like level, you'd probably end up level 12 and stop getting XP. So it would be a different challenge for sure. It'd be cool though. It'd be really cool. Angst Picker, great work on the videos. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Grab a couple silver leaf here. Oh. Severing Axe the Fire Flash. Not bad. I think we have sold quite a few of those, if I'm being honest. What are some other, like, WoW challenges that might be a fun way to play the game? I've seen a lot pop up. There's some cool ones that people are making videos out of, and I appreciate those coming up. Those are cool. But like, what are some other ones that you guys think might be a cool way to play, like a spin on Goldbound or something like that? Like obviously, like Goldbound Classic Edition would be really cool. On MOP, you would have the WoW token. You'd have to like find a different way to unlock it on Classic Era, but I would love to do that. That'd be fun. Three franchises saying on their server, Faralina. 1 gold is for copper ore. Yeah, Alex, Dungeon Lock. That's a cool series. I've seen the first 2 episodes. Definitely a cool premise. And yeah, Amy, we are going between Elwyn and Redridge for the farming loop. So all the herbs and ores that we can get here, I've popped them up on a little display. So there's Briarthorn, Swift Thistle, Bruiseweed, Mage Royal, Silverleaf, Earthroot, and Peace Bloom. And we can farm all of those except Peace Bloom in Redridge. Peace Bloom is just in Elwyn. But for the route, we're just doing a big loop between both of them. Oleg, inspired, you returned to WoW last week and renewed your subscription. Welcome back to the game. Greetings, traveler. Hope you're enjoying. What version are you playing? Yeah, there's also then there's Tile Locked by Wabs. That's a good one. Nice throwback to Settled's Tile Man in RuneScape. I like that crossover. Yeah, I mean, Labs, what I'll comment on, like, the thing with transferring Tile Locked into WoW definitely takes some creative inspiration how you're gonna like divide WoW into tiles, because obviously RuneScape, that's like how they have like the whole map. It's like chunks, and like there's tiles. But in World of Warcraft, the map doesn't really easily divide into tiles, so you gotta think of a good way to do that. So he's done a good job on that. The display isn't tell me when, it's farm bar. Or farming bar. It's pretty customizable, but it's really just like an extra action bar. It's Sean getting your fix, waiting for the next episode. Glad you could come hang out. The next episode will be this weekend, so you won't have to wait too long. For old time's sake, should we do one pickpocket? See if we get it. Ah, no afraid not today. It's too bad. Since we left Elwyn, I haven't even checked the price of Frayed Knots. I wonder if they increased. And this rate, oh, let me tell you, the amount of times I've done this loop, and every time I just come around this corner and I stare off into Westfall. Oh. I just want to go to Westfall so bad. All right, we'll get back to grinding. Yeah, John, you hope get a chance to grind a dungeon zone. I think that'll be cool. I agree. I'm looking forward to having a segment in a video where we're doing like 50 or 100 runs of a dungeon to see what loot we get. That'll definitely also be a stream where we're like just grinding out a dungeon reset. As far as the dungeons, what my favorite is that we have available, potential unlocked dungeons for the next rule will be Sunken Temple, right? Sunken Temple, because yeah, we'll have Swamp of Sorrows, which has Sunken Temple, Gnomergen in Dunmoreau, or Dead Mines in Westfall. And out of those three, my favorite would be Dead Mines, but all-time favorite dungeon? Let me know what you guys think, but my all-time favorite dungeon might have to be... Let me think. Oh man, I can't even... Dead Mines is up there, but I don't want to say it is Dead Mines. I actually think it might be it might be the Dead Mines. I'm not even gonna lie. But like original Dead Mines is my favorite. The reworked Dead Mines is good, but OG Dead Mines, like classic with Van Cleef, is my all-time favorite. Yeah, SFK is up there for sure. What happens if I accidentally go into a locked zone? Have I thought about it? I haven't thought about it. Let's hope it doesn't happen. I mean, we're flying real close to him. Like, I could just accidentally pop into Duskwood there, but... I mean, the worst thing would be if I looted an item in a zone that was locked. We'd, of course, have to delete the item, but... I don't know what we would do if we accidentally flew into a zone. Durhan, your favorite dungeon is the one everyone hates? What dungeon's that? The one everyone hates? That's gotta be Gnomer? Everyone hates Gnomer, right? What do I consider to be episode worthy of content? 2 eps per month? Yeah, it floats between 1 and 2. Like, there's some periods, if I have more playtime, where, like, I can reasonably do 1 episode a week with, like, farming and editing. But the edit and the scripting and all the planning takes a bit of time as well, like, quite a bit of time. So, unless I have more free time in the week, it's 2 episodes a month. It's kind of, like, more reasonable for getting good quality out. But if I have more time in the week, then I can do 1 a week. Oh yeah, lots of good favorite dungeons coming in the chat. Strathholm, both sides, you really like it. BRD, because the amount of story and different types of runs and content I've gotten from it. Fair enough, yeah. Blackrock Depths. BRD is Blackrock Depths, right? You guys like the Oculus? I remember doing the Oculus in current content. I didn't mind it, but... I wouldn't say it's my favorite. It is a cool zone, and there's cool fights in it. But it is slow. It's Sean. Am I able to support myself full-time with the series success? Because breaking down the hours, I'm working over a 40-hour work week. Honestly, the series now, and like with it coming through and with sponsors, it's really getting to that point. So hopefully pretty soon we'll be going full speed on the content train. But yeah, right now it's a lot of work between my job and the content job. But hopefully soon we'll be able to go full speed on this. That'd be really awesome. Ooh, Zolfarok. Yeah. Yeah, Cogrock. We really got to work on an energy drink sponsor. If I'm left to my own devices and I have access to energy drinks, it is my guilty pleasure. Like, I'm all for, like, you know, bodybuilding, powerlifting, strength training, running. I love energy drinks. I know they're not the best for you, but I do enjoy them. Scarlet Monastery is a good one. That's true. Scarlet Monastery is a very good classic pick. I remember watching a bunch of old videos where WoW Hobbs was like farming Scarlet Monastery on his paladin with like a shield spike and all that. That's a core memory for me for sure, for WoW. Yo, Angelo. First time catching my stream. Much love from Chile. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Chile's a far way away. What time is it there? Seb, what's my energy drinks per day PR? I don't know. I know one, because I do with my friends, we do like every 2 to 3 months a big LAN where we go to one of our houses and there's about 5 of us and we all bring our computers, play WoW. Usually when like the new Mythic Plus season comes out, we'll do like a big LAN like that. And for that, we get a whole bunch of like Diet Coke, Diet Mountain Dew, coffee carafes. So those days would be like my highest caffeine intake. But on those days, I'm usually not doing the energy drinks. I'm doing like Diet Coke, Mountain Dew, and black coffee. But it's a lot of caffeine on those days. And then we'll usually go to the gym for a workout and have some pre-workout. But not necessarily the best thing for you. I wouldn't recommend it. You've had like 8 of them in 8 hours? Yeah, that is. I've never had that amount of energy drinks. That's a lot. There's got to be a point, right? You get the diminishing returns, but you still have all the negative side effects, and you just get jitters. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the sugar-free energy drinks, just because I usually track my macros, but I also like the flavor of them, to be honest. Well, yeah, pre-workout has a lot of caffeine, but it's not only caffeine. Like, there are some pre-workouts that have no caffeine, and like the best pre-workouts will have a few different supplements in them. So a couple of things I like to look out for. A big one would be beta-alanine. That is the one in the pre-workout that gives you the tingles, and it also acts as a lactic acid buffer, so you can squeeze out a few more reps here and there. Another big one is citric acid, like citrulline malate, and that one is basically like a vasodilator, so it helps dilate your blood vessels, so you can get a bigger pump and pump more blood into your muscles, theoretically. So I like seeing those ones in pre-workouts, and then caffeine, of course, or other stimulants. And yeah, Red Ridge does mean that we can unlock Burning Steps in the next spin. And I think for the next spin, we're probably going to be doing it live, right? So we'll have it on a live stream. So that's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, will Rogue Pickpocket come in handy in areas like it did in Elwyn? Definitely. There's oftentimes farms that are Rogue Pickpocket only that actually pay pretty well, and it gives you access to loot that other people can't do. So it's kind of like a corner of the market that other people can't necessarily farm out from under you. So we will definitely be utilizing Pickpocket in other zones. All right, what are we at for the tally? Can we tally it up? I'm gonna pop out for like 2 minutes for a bio break, and I actually installed this awesome OBS plugin, which I just pull a photo like that, so it says "be back soon." But I'll be like 1-2 minutes. I just gotta use the washroom real quick for a bio. Okay. Yeah, you guys liked the BRB screen. I'm trying to put like half an hour to an hour each day towards like figuring out streaming stuff. So I'm working my way through learning like stream elements and Streamlabs to have different things pop up. But it's the big job for this week was to figure out how to multi-stream and then get on my end a multi-stream chat that I can see everything on, which we did. So maybe next stream we'll have a better be right back screen. But you know what? This one did the job, right? Keep this one? Yeah. That's not a bad one, is it? I mean, like, it works. You just pull it over. You don't have to worry about other screens. I just have a folder on the side that has that one and my Be Back Soon screen, so edited those in Canva and we're good to go. Yeah, we got to work on the emotes too. That's on the agenda because we're now getting quite a few. Because like YouTube members get access to emotes, which you can use on the stream, but also on like comments. I think right now we only have one, and then on Twitch, once we get affiliate, we can add on emotes. So we're gonna definitely work on that for both the platforms. We'll have to brainstorm what kind of good content ones there are. We have probably some good memes from the from Elwyn and Redridge, maybe like a frayed cloth or something. And on the tally when we were away, we're at about 917 herbs. So we're doing pretty good. We're trucking away. Yeah, a WoW token emote would be baller. Yeah. WoW token. We could think of something for like a high ticket transmog drop, like a stack of coins or something. I don't know. For when we get one on stream, we can drop those. Lots to do. I think even on this stream with the 50 gifted earlier, we unlocked a whole bunch of emotes, so I got to go through and add some in. Any opinions on creatine? You used to do monohydrate when you lifted, or any other supplements? Yeah, so my opinion on creatine, I'm kind of standard with kind of like from what I understand to be the scientific literature's studies or whatever. I listened to a few podcasts on it. I take 5 grams of creatine monohydrate a day. Sometimes I'll move it up to 10 grams just for like the mental aspects, because creatine, it actually has been shown to increase mental focus in states of lack of sleep, and can also help ward off things like dementia in the long term. So if I ever don't get much sleep and I have to work the next day and like get a lot of focus work done, then I'll take maybe 10 grams of creatine monohydrate to help me ward off any fatigue. Otherwise, I just take it once a day. Doesn't really matter when. And then I don't cycle it on or off. I just take it every day when I remember. Oh, Kawa's back. So he was going off to do 15 minutes of herbalism in the War Within to kind of compare how much gold you can get. And he's saying that 15 minutes of herbalism in the Ringing Deeps and Ashgahet yielded 115 herbs and 21 miscellaneous items, 76 of which are microbloom. Total sale price on EU, 2,466 gold. So gold per hour is just under 10k on current content herbs. So definitely a lot faster than old content here. So if you do want to farm a WoW token yourself, you may as well do it in current content because it's like 10 times faster. in fitness, do I know Huberman Lab or Lane Norton? I don't know them personally, obviously, but I tune in every now and then to the Huberman podcast, like if I'm on a long drive. And I followed Lane Norton for a long time, actually. He is an OG in the natural bodybuilding and powerlifting sphere. So I follow him. The big guys right now I really follow, I'm not sure you're familiar with Team 3DMJ. That's who I'm coached by, Team 3DMJ. They're a natural bodybuilding and powerlifting coaching team. So I listen to their podcast. They have the Team 3DMJ podcast, and they talk a lot about this stuff. But then I also listen to Iron Culture with Omar. I guess Omar isn't on anymore, but Eric Helms, Dr. Drexler. So those are the ones I like. Yeah, I'm excited to do all the zones as well. We'll have to go through and rank them for sure. I guess once we do one of the zones, we could do like a ranking on enjoyability and gold per hour. Because as we go through, we're trying to figure out what the best gold per hour is in different zones. Yeah, it's John. I would check those guys out. Those are, if you're into podcasts, those are some good fitness podcasts for sure. They also do YouTube content, which is nice. They're OGs in the space for sure. Which add-on is showing me the farming update notification? That's farm bars. Yeah, I think it's called Farming Bar. You can customize like the actual appearance here to be bigger or smaller. So I tried to make it big so it kind of shows up on stream a bit better. And then also it shows you, of course, like, and it pops up here. It says Silverleaf +3. I like it. It gives a nice little UI update, just so, because on my copper ore farm, I was trying to keep my backpack open so you could see how many I had, and it just wasn't exactly ideal. So I got this so I could show it easier how much we're at. But there's definitely some cool add-ons that we can do for these things. And we're still also in the background running Loot Appraiser. Shows how long we've been farming and what our total looted item value is. So we've been farming for 2 hours and 41 minutes on this route. Item value looted is 22,000, but keep in mind that is counting transmog pieces we've gotten, which have lower sale rates. But it's still cool to see. Like, for example, we got the Knoll Kindred Bracers, which are a part of the Knoll set. So they have a $10,000 market value, which is where a lot of that value is coming from. But it also tracks each Silverleaf and Peace Bloom as it comes in. But in the future, Loot Appraiser will be a really fun one for streams, because what you can do is, if some of you guys get Loot Appraiser as well, I can host a Loot Appraiser challenge where we all show up on the same screen, and it shows who's getting like the best drops, the best loot per hour, and so we could all do like the same dungeon and farm transmog. Your Loot Appraiser always crashes. There's a new one. So like I'm running Loot Appraiser Reloaded. It's the same idea, but it's like by a new. I think the developer is different, because I think the original developer either stopped playing the game or stopped updating it, I think. So maybe check if you have the new version. And class, yeah, we're not farming in Redridge. We're doing a big, I'll show you. We're doing a big loop between Redridge and Elwyn for these herbs. So that's why we're in Elwyn at the moment. We're looping around though. And Little Thriller Gorilla, this is the second stream. That's correct. You didn't miss one. But also, if you prefer Twitch, we are live on Twitch right now as well. So the link is in the description of this YouTube stream, or the Twitch handle is Pathalerix Gold. So if you prefer Twitch, head over there and you can enjoy on Twitch now. So we're multi-streaming. Apparently there's also a gold goblin loot that functions the same as Loot Appraiser. I haven't actually seen that one myself, but if Loot Appraiser ever stops working and crashing, then I might have to try that. But like for our last stream, I had Loot Appraiser running for 6.5 hours straight, and it wasn't, didn't have any issues. Yeah, and that horn there, Grumpy, that's my rare scanner, so there is a rare Gruff Swiftbite that came up. So if I spawn into a rare, it notifies me. I'm not farming the rares in Elwyn right now, we're just farming some of the rares in Redridge. So that's why I didn't kill the rare when it popped up. If any of you are camping Time Lost Proto Drake, I'm sorry, because you're probably getting notifications and tabbing in and out. Oh, this is a really lush spot here. You know what, for old time's sake, should we take... Thuros Lightfingers is up. Do we take one attempt at him? See if they get the Thuggish Shield? We still have one on the auction house. Should we give a go? Should we try it out? One's for taking down Thuros, two's for leaving him be for someone else. Let's see what the consensus is. I'm seeing some ones. Alright, I don't want to leave it too long. He's going to despawn. We will hit him with the pickpocket first, too. What the heck? Oh, I was using my boar keybind, which is why it wasn't working. Let's see. Okay. We got the Imbued Pioneer's gloves. No Thuggish Shield, but we'll take it. We'll take it. And we pickpotted the empty wallet. So. We're out of here. We're out of here. Yep. I think we got 2 Thuggish Shields total in Elwyn. Out of like, just over 100 kills on him. Yeah, Thuros is one of my favorite ones. The shield sells right now, market value is like 20k, but it varies pretty heavily. Just gonna go ahead and close Loot Appraiser, just have it minimized, so I have more of my UI free for scouting out herbs. Carl, you're missing the episodes, but you appreciate them? Well, glad you're enjoying them. We got a new drop coming this weekend. The episode is fully edited, all ready to go. Only thing left for the episode, which I'm going to do after this stream, is the mailbox clear. I just didn't want to leak any progress for any spoilers for the episode on the stream by looting the mailbox yet. So that's all I got left to do. So we'll do that segment, render it out, and get it scheduled for Saturday morning, and that'll be the next upload. Sione, yeah, you swapped over from YouTube to Twitch since you prefer Twitch. Can I see both chats? I can. So I have a stream add-on thing on the side where I can see both chats simultaneously. They're all in the same feed for me, so I can see YouTube chats, YouTube memberships, YouTube super chats, and Twitch chat. And then once we're affiliate on Twitch, we'll also have Twitch subs. yeah, so it's nice. Like with the OBS, I can just multi-stream to both, so it works really well for that with a couple plugins. And over the time, I like to keep the UI clean. We'll probably throw in some plugins for drops and whatnot. Yeah, I'm glad you're all looking forward to the episode. Appreciate it. I remember the second episode, when I was telling my friends about episode 1 doing well. They all play WoW and they're all hyped, and we had a watch party at my one friend's house for episode 2. So that was fun. It's like a little premiere. It's fun times. And back in Redridge. Oh, and Carl's saying he's appreciated the content, saying you're a star. When WoW first dropped, he was the first or maybe second warrior to level the 60 in EU. That's legendary. Region first warrior? On classic release? What was the time? Because like on the when it released. So was it like what, 7, 8 days? That's crazy. Warrior, no less. Because wasn't the world first 60 a rogue, right? Like when Classic released? And it was like 6 days after release or something? That's cool, man. That's legit. I think so when Classic Anniversary Server is released, world first was Mage, but I think like actual like original vanilla release, like in 2004, I think it was a rogue. But Joker, yeah, when Classic released, Joker got world first 60, but like way back in the original game release, I think it was a rogue. Because no one knew how to AoE farm like Joker on release. Oh, I'll take out this one. Boulder Heart. That's what he got. Ivy Cloth Boots. Jeez, Carl. So you founded... I know about Curse Gaming, and then yeah, you wanted to sell to Twitch and Amazon. And you're saying you worked as a GM for 6 months too in France? Right on. Because yeah, the world first 60s on original launch in 2004 versus classic relaunch, right? Because for classic relaunch, the game was kind of solved because people had been playing private servers and stuff, right? And so they knew what like the best speedrun path to 60 was, and so Joker took the crown. AoE farmed to 60 like a complete boss. It was like 3 days, 14 hours or something. But I think back when the game first released, people didn't know all about these like super fast ways. And I think it was like 6 days or 7 days. And I thought it was a rogue that got it first. Umbra is saying the first level 60 in the world after release was Zenith, a troll rogue on Stormreaver. He got to level 60 roughly on December 3rd, 2004, about 10 days after release. Yeah, so like imagine that. Like at that point in time, there's no quest helper. There's no forums for how to do these quests. So he's probably just out there grinding mobs and just like learning the game. Whereas nowadays, like you got quest helper, you got rested XP guides, you got everything. Is Noe? Sean reporting in from a second account? Welcome back on the second account. Yeah, so it sounds like the first 60 was the rogue about 10 days after release. Because like you got to think back then, the game, like people would have info from the beta and like learn stuff from the beta, but it still wouldn't be as solved as it was like now, right? Oh, Greenweave Rogue? For an herbalism day, we're getting a lot of greens, aren't we? Yeah, I think they did have a beta for OG WoW, so people would have gotten some info there. For sure. Man, imagine that, being the first 60. Even of your class, like the first warrior too, that's crazy. Yeah, there's so many cool classic memories of just like farming different like vendor trash to get your mount. I originally rolled Paladin, so I didn't have as much of a struggle. Jeez, Bard's Boots. About a market value of 300 gold. Nomad Tunic, about a market value of... It says 3k, but his historic value is like 180, so... Still, lots of gold. Yeah, if you got like for like world first 60, you could then farm the higher level mats and make bank, hey? But then again, like you gotta think when Classic first, not Classic, but like when World of Warcraft first launched, there was 0 game in the economy, or 0 currency in the economy. So things would have been cheaper because every single piece of copper, silver, and gold had to be looted or vendored or obtained from a quest reward. So even if you got to the end game mats faster, they may not be able to sell for that much. But comparatively, I mean, like as far as the value that the currency had, it was before inflation, so it'd be worth more, I guess. We'll take out Yowler as well, eh? Oh! What the heck? So apparently Yowler had this gray patched leather belt that says it has a value. It might be a unique appearance. I'll have to look into that. It's a really, really low sell rate though, so it might not be. Yeah, and back then there was no add-ons for the auction house. You had to go through and post one by one. This is in retail. WoW. The Goldbound challenge is retail right now. Yeah, what were the best ways, like right after release, to farm gold? I never actually played on release. Spooky is saying that their buddy got a random purple world drop in vanilla, and it bought him his epic mount for like 1,000 gold. Otherwise, it took months to gather that much gold.
I need a target.
Yeah, I mean, back then, I'm sure the gold farms were probably a lot more like vendor trash. Yeah, selling blacksmithing gear was a lot of gold. Recipe farms were a big thing. Yeah, I mean, because like the first little bit, you'd probably be doing like killing beasts and skinning and selling that to the vendor would probably be good gold per hour. Transmutes, professional transmutes. Yeah, there's lots of ways to make gold. The biggest gold farm was Tyr's hand farming for greens and rune cloth. Yeah, and some people are asking why I'm not taking out Knoll Feaster. I explained this a little bit early on the stream, but he is the only mob in Red Ridge that wasn't introduced after like Cataclysm, so he doesn't scale with Chromie time. Look at this. He has a massive health pool. I'll pop Adrenaline Rush and everything. But he just tanks, like. I'll have to get a good rotation down for him. So, as of right now, we're not farming him.
Need to get closer.
Edon, you just started WoW for the first time because of the Goldbound series. That's awesome. Hope you have fun. And I wonder like what the best version would be for new players to play. It might be Classic Mop. Might be a good one to get into. Yeah, and Knoll Feaster, he has a pet on the loot table, like the Tarantula pet, which is a 90% drop rate, but it only drops once per character. So once you get it once on your character, you can't get it again on that same character. You would need to have like an alt army to farm it. So it's not worth farming them over and over anyways. It looks like the weather in Elwyn changed too. I prefer the sunny weather in Elwyn. We got the kind of dusty overview. Next episode, 2 days. Next episode is Saturday morning, so it's coming soon. Launch in 2019, you found some kind of mailed chest to craft with blacksmithing with bronze bars, and bronze bars sold for nothing, so you made like 5 to 6 silver profit, and crafted probably like 20 to 30 gold. Yeah, that was on Arrow release. 20 to 30 gold at the beginning of a classic X-Pack? That's crazy. You're set. And I mean, I remember leveling up then too, and people were hustling wands and bags. Like rank 1 wands and rank 1 bags. People were in Goldshire / yelling, selling cloth bag for XYZ. Definitely a fun time. I love classic launches. What's the plugin I use for rare timers? I use Rare Scanner is the one I'm running. So it shows the location, timers, and all the drops as well. Yeah, I mean this isn't the most efficient way to farm a token, but it's what we're doing, right? We're Goldbound. You went to go kill Gug the other day, and there were 3 people AFK waiting for him to spawn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the videos coming out, a lot of people are doing the farms that I'm doing, but right now with the 2-week cadence, it kind of gives me some time to do them myself. But with some of the items too, like with the Frayed Knot, dropped the item value, but it also increased the sale rate because I think a lot of people didn't know you could use the Frayed Knot to get a pet. So I think it has both a positive and a negative impact with the series being on YouTube. So it is what it is, right? We're trying to keep it fair by having I have an alias name. Like my current character isn't actually named Goldilocked. We did a name change, and then I have an add-on that shows Goldilocked on my nameplate so that it keeps the clarity, but doesn't have the same aspect about people maybe buying up my items that they wouldn't otherwise buy. Just trying to keep it fair. We're climbing. I think we passed the 1,000 tally for herbs, so because we got 336. Yeah, I think we're past 1,000. So I'll take that. That's good. Carl, do you think it's worth coming back for what is currently called Classic? Will you recapture any of your memories? I think it's worth a shot. I mean, so there's Classic Era and Classic Anniversary. The Anniversary realms are the most recent ones, so they're a bit more lively. So if you have some nostalgia for Classic, I think it'd be worth at least a level through, like 1 to 60, experience the old quests, because, yeah. And then maybe, you know, make sure you're doing like a more recent server, because there are some guilds still raiding, I think, on Anniversary. Piggy Lee, we're saying we're at 1,096 herbs. So we're approaching the target. That's good. Rainmaker, you did some research and I'm still using Goldilocked. Currently has 260 auctions posted. That's actually not me. That's probably someone else trying to get sales by using the name. Because this is not, I can guarantee you this is not Goldilocked. I have a level 1 on this realm named Goldilocked to preserve the name. But that must be a different realm's Goldilocked. So if you see that, it's not me. Yeah, Unity, we have the same upload schedule right now for the YouTube videos. We're doing 2 a month, every other Saturday. So there's one coming out this weekend. And we're just using the streams as a good way to like farm a whole bunch of materials to get some gold. But also a good way to interact with you all, because it's hard to, when the video comes out, so many comments come in, I can't really have back and forth, but this is the best way to interact with you all. Yeah, and Sione is saying they also highly recommend hardcore for anyone trying WoW. I agree. Hardcore WoW is a really fun way to replay it because it makes you really immersed in the upgrades, kind of like how you were back in the day, not just running through it. Like you got to make sure, is this boss or is this mob going to take me out? Learn the zones, and it gets you really invested. You want more uploads? Well, we are probably going to do maybe, we're working into getting towards 3 to 4 uploads per month on the actual main series. Just as I'm putting less time, or as I can put more time into farming and recording. And yeah, we're just back in Elwyn because we're doing a big farming loop between Redridge and Elwyn, but we're still locked just to these 2 zones. And Dazoni, how you doing? I'm doing good. We're hanging out. It's afternoon here, where I am at 2 p.m. So it's a nice chill day to farm some herbs. Have I burnt out yet? No, honestly. I before the challenge, like most patches and expansions, the end of the game I'm just kind of farming herbs and ore anyways. I find it very relaxing. Diggy Wolf, hello? And if you're tuning in on YouTube, but you prefer Twitch, we are multi-streaming, so if you want to pop over to Twitch, there's a link down below. Or the Twitch channel, Pathalerix Gold. So, whichever one you prefer, you can hang out there. Yeah, Unity, we're doing Elwyn and Redridge, so this is the route. A big loop. Takes about 15 minutes, probably-ish, to do the big loop, but it gives a lot of time for herbs to reset. Because when you're farming 1,500 herbs, you gotta let the nodes reset, that's for sure. Did we do the original Keyshawn quest in Old Redridge, most epic escort quest? Yeah, so not the one that was in the new one, but the old one. I did do that back in the day. Awesome quest. I like both versions of it too. Yeah, it's cool seeing those older quests that are like re-engaged in the current content. Last time we killed this guy, he's got some weird gray drops that have a lot of market value. Yeah, I think the big pull about Classic is very like much well suited towards leveling, like hanging out and leveling on like a very casual basis. But to be fair, you're kind of dancing with a dangerous line there because you can get sucked in pretty easily. Yeah, before long we're gonna have to do a bank run if we keep getting greens. Did anyone do the zone lock challenge that's in that's viewing? Did you do the zone lock challenge in Redridge and get the drop from Row, the silent? Because that one is a hard one to get. Row the Silent is definitely one of the Redridge rares that we're taking down every time we see them. Stir fry, yeah, the dagger. Yeah. It has a lot of market value, that's for sure. Mr. Doctor, first made you watch me mine 2,000 copper and now herbs. Count you in. Glad you're here for it. Who would have thought, right? Mining herbs and ores. The blue cape from Row. I'm talking about... There is a cape, right? That one is worth a lot too. But there's also another one. There's two. You seen you got the epic upgrade on one of those drops? That would be intense. Yeah, no one here is to watch. No one's here to watch me collect 2,000 ores or 1,500 flowers. You guys enjoy the voice as someone new. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like hanging out. I mean, that's the thing. Like the herbalism and ore, it's just a chill way to not play the game, but it's like it's almost like meditative. Hey, I like it. Carl, the damage numbers are crazy to you? Yeah. With the Chromie time scaling, ever since we got past 70, we're like hitting millions. Oh, that's okay. There are some drops in these guys' tables too that I wouldn't mind getting, so every now and then I take a couple out. Oh hey, the Canadian came through? The accent came through? Yeah, there's definitely some words where it pops out more than others. I don't know which ones they are though, but some people say certain words are a lot more Canadian from me than other words. Next stream, watch me pickpocket 3,000 mobs. That sounds like a fun stream. I do want to do a stream where we target a rare drop and we don't stop until we get it. Because there'd be like the whole suspense of it could technically end on the first kill, or it could be like 4,000 kills, which I think would be a good way to hold suspense. Because it would be unknown how long the stream is going to be. You were doing some Dragon Isles mining earlier, and it is definitely relaxing. Definitely Canadian. You heard the A couple times. Yeah, I drop the A sometimes, I think. I don't mean to. I gotta top up my maple syrup here too, actually. Is this fun for me, or do I find that I have to push myself through the grind? I find it genuinely fun, to be honest. When I made the challenge, I didn't expect it would blow up, and I made it because it was a fun way for me to play the game myself. How's the gear looking? Anything new? There haven't been too many upgrades. We got some good transmog today. A couple different drops along the way. But right now, the gear upgrades have kind of stalled out. I think I'm going to start taking down some of my favorite mobs to get gear to equip. For example, like Fed Fennel here. I kind of want to get one of his pale skinners just for me to hold, like to wield. Because I like the look of it. And then when we get Dead Mind, I'll try to upgrade my gear and have a couple different cosmetic sets that we can wear depending on the vibe. You've been fishing the last couple hours on Mop, super chill. Oh, speaking of Fed Fennel, let's have a little chance at the pale skinner. Okay, imbued pioneer boots. We'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, if we end up farming a mob for 4,000... Well, it wouldn't be a rare mob. We'd have to do like an item that drops from like a farmable mob. Otherwise, yeah, we would be... That would be like a 10-day stream, potentially. Serious question, what will I do if the next zone is done Moreau? Gnomergan until coin? I'll definitely do a lot of Gnomer, but there's also... I think there's some things in Dun Moreau that unlock that wouldn't have been available just in Elwyn, so it would definitely be a Dun Moreau angle, a gathering angle, and there's a couple other farms there that we would be doing. In Crackling Ice, I don't have time to hang out in live, but wanted to say great show premise. You've been enjoying it. I had a thought. Well, I appreciate you joining in, and no worries if you can't tune in live. We'll have the next episode out this weekend, so definitely take a look. We're definitely getting near the latter end of the 1500. And then, of course, we've got to process it all down. We got a lot of herbs to mill, a lot of glyphs. Well, we'll have to figure that out too, if we're going to do all glyphs, or if we're going to save some to sell just as the herbs, or some to sell just as the pigments. Because we can do inks, we can do pigments, we can do herbs, and we can do glyphs. Have the 2,000 coppers been processed and put up for the auction house? Oh yeah. Yep, those were processed into certain things after the stream, and they're up for sale. Maybe a few of them have sold. Have to wait to find out. Have I always been a rogue main? No, I actually started out, well, my actual main is a paladin, and I have the most time played on paladin by far. I just did rogue to kind of mix it up for the challenge. Grumpy saying herb counters at 1,181. 1,181, so we're near the end there. And Lele, in later zones, will I plan to stay on one profession? I think what we're going to have to do is kind of like what we're doing for here. For this grind, we're doing like a whole bunch of herbs and inscription, right? Where we'll do it in batches. So we can do like a whole bunch of one profession at once. Versus like doing like a couple hours here, a couple hours there. We'll have to batch it a lot more. Yeah, it'd be nice to have an add-on showing the current gold, at least while streaming. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the gold, since it's pretty much all coming from auctions, from episode to episode, it only changes by, like, a couple hundred from auction house fees for reposts. So we've stayed at 54,000. But, I can always just leave, I guess I could leave it open. Yeah, kind of hard for casual gaming nowadays. Yeah, a lot of games you kind of have to deep dive in, that's for sure. It's strange how addictive this concept is, holding your breath for each new episode. Glad you like it. And same with Yui. You and your wife just found out about the Goldbound series about 2 hours ago and had to binge it all. That's awesome. So you had that, you just found it, binged it all, and then we were live too. That's min-max. That is min-max. I've actually, I made a second YouTube channel that I'm going to be posting more edited versions of the live stream VODs. I don't want to have them on the main channel just because I want to keep that to Goldbound releases. But I did post a mini-series on it. I haven't linked it yet. I kind of want to see how it does. But if you can find it, then props to you. As someone who has not played retail in like 10 years, I wonder how expensive are these WoW tokens for a normal grinder that is not limiting themselves to starter zones? Is it still rough? I think that current content farms, you're going to get anywhere from like 10 to 30k gold per hour-ish. There might be some that are higher, but like in current content like best farms, you could probably get a token somewhere between like 8 and 25 hours of farming. I don't know. If you get lucky on transmog, it could be faster. Had I done much content creation before this? You're thinking of starting yourself and it's encouraging to see the series taking off? I had done a lot of, or not a lot, but like a fair amount of WoW videos beforehand. And I did have a couple other YouTube channels that weren't about WoW over the past couple of years. It's always been like a bit of a hobby for me. But this is definitely the first channel that's taken off. And I would definitely encourage anyone thinking about it to give it a try. It's a good time in the content sphere, I think. Like YouTube is pushing a lot of newer content creators. Like if you have a video that does well, it gets on the homepage and it can just take off, which is, I think, what happened with the series. Yeah, good call on the second channel being a completely different audience. There used to be the sleeping content meta. I get redirected to a lot of Spiffing, yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to have it on the same channel because I want Goldbound and Pathalerix to kind of be main channel and then have like edited stream clips and like non-main channel episode stuff over there. Do I think I'll keep a skill like blacksmithing as I get into higher level zones so I can make higher level equipment for the auction house? Yeah, definitely. We'll see how it works out on the higher level zones. It'll be probably a situation where I'd farm like 2,000 or 3,000 ore so I could level up blacksmithing and craft a whole bunch and then post all that and then unlearn it and then hopefully sell my stock, and when I need to restock I would do another farm up again. But there's a lot of ways you could do it. Another option too would be you could do a similar challenge but like a warband, where if I only had like warband characters that were like Goldbound, I could have one that was like an auction house character and one that's like a crafter. My video popped up for you on autoplay, and it was the first WoW vid you watched in like 2 months, and now you're leveling in Classic. That's how it starts, isn't it? Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying Classic. I love a good Classic playthrough. Yeah, bummer you can't have more than 2 skills like in RuneScape. Yeah, it would be interesting. If you could have all the professions on WoW, be very different. You have a rogue that you're leveling from level 1 to max, doing only pet battles. He lives behind the inn in Vale of Eternal Blossoms. He's at 56 now, and you have the stream running on the side to keep you awake. That will be quite the grind. So you're leveling in Mop Classic, eh? Am I playing on retail? And is my stuff, because my stuff looks more like Classic? Yeah, so I'm on retail, but let me show you once I get into Redridge here. There are certain things you can make it look more Classic. And it's not a plugin. What is it? It's display. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there's a, let me see if I can find it. Oh, Mr. Doctor sent 1 gifted membership. Dubber receiving the membership. Congrats and thank you, Mr. Doctor. Greetings, traveler, to Dubber. But it's like character models. I think there's a setting that I clicked and it was like show older models or something. Anyway, I thought I did that, which might be why it looks more Classic than normal. But yeah, I swear there's a setting where it was like use older character models and like older animations. I could do a little clip montage getting 2k copper ore in my inventory and throw that on the YouTube shorts. Yeah, it could be a good way to do some shorts. The problem is like, I could do some of those ones, or I could put more time into the next episode and get it out sooner. But I might try out for the live streams having like an editor for those, because I added all my Goldbound because I feel like the editing on those is so integral to the storytelling that I wouldn't want to get an editor for that, but like a stream to a short would be something that I could probably delegate out. So edit mode, okay. But I thought it was encounter bar, extra abilities. I swear it was like a classic look. Yeah, because not all models change. Like, it'll change certain things, but like, I don't have the old orc look, and I don't have the old Noel look. There is a... I'd have to deep dive into it, but there is a setting somewhere that I checked that makes it look a little more, like, classic. But yeah, it didn't fix the herb animation. Yeah. But I think, like, the running looks a little more classic. It still isn't perfect, but I think it's less bouncy than current content. Maybe it is in let me look. Is it in graphics? Physics. No, I don't know. Yeah. I'll leave it for now. I'm not going to find it on stream, probably. Herb counter 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the herbs. Interestingly enough, the biggest ones are Earthroot and Silverleaf still. I guess that's probably because I get those in both zones, right? Whereas some of these I'm only getting in Redridge. Have I talked to my wife about my success on YouTube and how does she feel about it? Yeah, I have. She's been in the loop the whole way. She's super hyped with me about it. We're both super happy. She's popped into the stream a couple times. One time she came in holding an energy drink saying, "Do you want this?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then she brought me some cantaloupe, so she's supporting. Lazar, how long have I been streaming? This is the second Goldilocks stream ever, so this is number 2. So not very long. This is very early on in the stream settings, but glad to have you here. If you prefer watching streams on Twitch, we're multi-streaming. So on YouTube, in the description there's a link to the Twitch. We don't have all the settings on Twitch yet, like subs and all that stuff, because we're not an affiliate, but in time. But yeah, we're very new to streaming. But it's been fun. I like hanging out, farming herbs, chatting. Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy she's supportive. I mean, it could be hard to understand playing World of Warcraft and spending all this time making videos about World of Warcraft. You need a supportive and understanding spouse. Yeah. Yeah, and like, this challenge just started out recently, but like I've had my hobby for a long time has been YouTube on different channels and different things. It's just a fun, I don't know, I really enjoy the process. So it's nice that this one, like she's seen for years I've been doing different channels, so the fact that this one's taken off, she's supportive and I guess proud would be the words. Yeah, Muzzle. So for Twitch, it's like followers. I think the requirements for affiliate is you have to have 50 followers, stream for at least 8 hours, have 7 different streams, hit a certain amount of watch time, I think, and have at least 3 concurrent viewers average. And then for Twitch Partner, it's like similar, but average 70 concurrent viewers. But it's affiliate that unlocks the subs and all that stuff. And then affiliate unlocks Twitch ad revenue. So I don't know if there's ads playing on the Twitch stream. I can't control them, I don't think. But not until I'm affiliate, I won't be able to change that or use that. See if Chatter's up. Chatter is one too that we're trying to tag, but we've only gotten one tag on Chatter today on this stream. Followed there also on Twitch. Nice that I figured out how to set up Twitch. Thanks for popping into the Twitch stream, man. QW. I appreciate it. Yeah, once we got the settings figured out, the multi-stream, it's not too bad. Yeah, right now I think the biggest bar for the Twitch is I have to have 8 hours streamed and 7 different streams, so we'll work our way through that. I don't know if you have higher concurrence, if they waive that or not, but yeah, we'll definitely be doing more streams in the future, I think, because like with the challenge, like the main, or with like the Pathalerix channel, the main aspect is the YouTube series, but by definition, a lot of it is just grinding like this, where I'm doing laps and laps and laps around Elwyn or Red Ridge. So it makes sense to stream these where I'm just hanging out and chilling. Yeah, I'll probably try to apply for affiliate after this stream, because the total watch time should be pretty high. And what's the Twitch name? It's Pathalerix Gold. It's it should also be linked in the YouTube stream description. There should be like a Twitch toggle there. So if you want to go support on Twitch, then welcome. I have it so I can see both chats in one feed, so that's perfect. Next, you just found out devastating news. Your favorite monster flavors are getting discontinued? What flavors are getting discontinued? What the heck? Surely not. Surely not the white monster, right? Good stream, time to sleep. Good luck, Path. Thanks for tuning in. Kawaka, glad you hung out for a while, so get a good sleep, and I'll catch you in the next one. When can we expect the next video? It's gonna be this weekend, Saturday, 8 AM Mountain Time, MT. That will be the episode 7 that we're on. It should be a good one. It's 100% done. The only thing is I have to do the mailbox reveal. I didn't want to do it before the stream to avoid any spoilers. Yeah, hopefully in the next zone there's a dungeon. I agree, that'll be fun. I can foresee a really fun segment on the video for a dungeon farm, and it would also be a really fun stream for dungeon farming and transmog farming. Yeah, it'll be good. But yeah, thanks to everyone that popped over into the Twitch stream. Happy to have you here. Good to see you all. It's fun having both up here. I really hope Noel Feaster's up for this. We've only gotten one tag on him. You were really hoping for Westfall after the first zone? You and me both. but for the honor of the challenge, I simply couldn't re-roll. I didn't stream the first one. I mean, technically I could have re-rolled it, but Goldilocks and Goldbound is a challenge of honor, and I couldn't disgrace it like that. But now that we have streaming set up, the next spins we'll live stream them as an event.
I need to get closer.
So I think that the spin events will be pretty hype. We'll probably do it like on a release day, like whatever video, like a Saturday where we unlock and reveal that we've unlocked a new zone. We'll probably do the spin like if the video releases at 8 AM, the spin at like noon for maximal hype. And that'll just be like a short stream where we spin and then enter the zone. All good, Carl, you got a roll. Thanks for popping in, and some legendary tales were told, so I'll hope to see you in the next streams. I'll catch you in the next one. I wonder how long it's going to take to process the 1500 herbs. Because, like, herbalism compared to mining, where you have to smelt and, like, then blacksmith all the ore, the crafting time is so long, it goes one by one, so it's way longer. But I think herbs will be pretty fast. How does it feel knowing you inspired a whole new slew of different niche challenge videos lately? I'm loving it. Like I'm loving seeing the new challenges pop up. I think it's a cool niche in WoW that, I mean, I don't know if you can say I spurred it. I definitely hopped on earlier than some people, but like Nabble, Shax, Venario, even Mad Season were doing similar-ish challenges before me. But like the best way you could describe it is they kind of are RuneScape-esque series on WoW. And I think that's a really cool place for at least a sub-niche World of Warcraft content creation to go. And I'm excited to watch more of them. It's just there's like the world is like, you can treat WoW as like A to B game, or you can open it as a sandbox game and just play it however you want, right? And yeah, we can't queue up milling, so we're going to have to mill them one by one. But they go in groups of 5, so not too bad. Whatever, dude. So to get clarification, is the next zone only those directly attached to Redridge, or is it Elwyn and Redridge? It is Elwyn and Redridge. So we're treating Elwyn and Redridge as our two hubs of what we've unlocked, so anything connected to those that we can travel to by foot on intended pathways are going to be open for the roll. So we're going to have from Elwyn, we have access to Dunmoreau through the Deep Run tram, and we have access to Westfall just over the bridge in Elwyn. And then from Redridge, we have access to the Burning Steps. We also have access to Swamp of Sorrows, and we have access to Duskwood. So those will be all the zones that we are going to be potentially rolling. Luckily, 4 out of them have dungeons, so we should be dungeon farming soon. It feels like more of a revival of older style content. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, some of those older style contents were more playthrough based, right? Like leveling content. I was trying to remember this one content creator I watched way back in the day who did a lot of like just 1 to 60 different classes, like storytelling leveling. And I feel like that's kind of the vibe. Do I have any plans in mind for future zones? And do I expect bottlenecks? I definitely have ideas of what some potential farms are going to be in each zone, but I haven't fully discovered them. And like, for example, Elwyn. When I started Elwyn, I had no idea some of the rare spawns, the frayed knots, and all that in here that had gold value, so it's hard to say which ones are going to be a bottleneck and which ones are going to be tough. like one that I think might be really hard could actually have a hidden massive gold mine, right? There's also some that are like really, really hard at certain times of the year, but if a certain event is on, they'd be a lot easier. One of them is actually Red Ridge. If Winter's Veil was on right now, we'd be out of here by now. I'll tell you that much. That Earth Root pushed me over to 1300. Alright. Once we get close, we're going to have to start counting out loud. So we got 200 more. Have I seen Tile Walked by Wobbs? I have. I like that one. I watched all of Tile Man from Settled, so I like seeing the crossover. Yeah, that's a good one. What's in Red Ridge during Winter's Veil? I won't spoil too much, but I do talk about it in the next episode. It's just an item that is here in Red Ridge now, but carries like way more market value during Winter's Veil. So when Winter's Veil comes back up, we'll probably stop by to do it, just to say, check this out. Yeah. No, but yeah, we'll talk about it on the Saturday release. That's one of the segments. Because we did the farm, it just wasn't as profitable as it would otherwise be. Oh, we got a fellow gatherer out here. Miguel. Happy gathering. Yeah, some of you guys are honing in potentially on what it might be. Yeah. So yeah, we're in the last 200 here. How long have we been even streaming? I haven't even checked. 3 hours and 50 minutes. We're going faster than I thought it would. Yeah, Miguel's gonna leak the in-game name. Well, I'm gonna be doing a name change for this episode because I think there's a couple tooltips where I've leaked it. Which I wanted to bring it up too. We might move towards transmog being posted on an alt that is just for posting. What do you guys think about that? That way we don't have to do name changes and we can just have an alias alt that is only for posting the auctions for transmog. You guys think that's okay? Do you think it's like against the vibe of the challenge having it mailed off, or is that okay as long as it's a... Yeah. That's the thing, right? Because the auction house opening wouldn't be in one go. I'd have to like send it over from the alt. So I would have to like open up a segment of transmog on the alt and then come over to Goldie and open up the trade goods. Unless I just did 100% like even trade goods on the alt. Yeah, so if I'm going to be streaming more, I pretty much have to name change every stream is fair. I mean, even on this stream, I've caught myself like 2 or 3 times on a page that shows the name. I'll think about it. Yeah, because it also would be cool to see each week like how much is transmog and how much is current, like not current content, but trade goods. And yeah, we wouldn't have to mail it. We would have we would just put it in the warband bank, right, to transfer it to the alt, so we wouldn't have to pay. Yeah, I would prefer to have it on the character and discourage people to try to buy out my items, but it does feel like one of those things where like the more you actively discourage it, it like just breathes life into it and people will try to do it because you're actively trying to discourage it. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those two where, like, you kind of want to... Well, then as long as Goldilocks Item Broker's added to the series as a character. Yeah, because we could add the alt on Trade Skill Master to be part of the series. We'll have to think about it. Might have to do the alt for transmog. Maybe use reverse psychology, like ask people to snipe my auctions. We'll see. I might, I'll play around with the idea. Because we want to really celebrate a big sale and not think, oh, maybe someone sniped it, right? We want it to be like a hype situation and not be like, oh crap, maybe that was... Okay, we got another chance at Thuros. Do we take him? Ones, we take him down. Twos, we leave him be for someone else. There's someone up there. What do you guys think? Ones? Got a lot of ones. Okay. Okay, I hear ya. Alright, we'll take him out. What do we got? What do we got? Oh! Oh! We get the fingerless gloves. Well, that's one of his, like, drop table things that you actually target. W. I think I actually ran out of fingerless gloves. So, that's a good pull. We even got the audio. So that sound was Loot Appraiser. Heck yeah. It was no Thuggish Shield, but fingerless gloves, those actually sell pretty well. I've sold quite a few. Yeah, if I eventually go to Wetlands, then anything connected there would be available for a roll. Yeah, I think that was the second most valuable item that we could get from Thuros, was the fingerless gloves. And I have sold, I think, 2 or 3 of these. Kyrkus, you didn't know I streamed back in Elwyn? Welcome to the stream. This is actually only the second Goldbound stream, so glad to have you here. And we are... I'll show you real quick. Where is it? This is our route right now. We're farming between the 2 zones. So we're doing a big route between Elwyn and Redridge because they're both unlocked for the challenge. And it just gives us more time to open up the... Get the ore respawns and the herb respawns. I almost don't want to leave Elwyn with this song playing. I'll like wait it out a little bit. This might be one of my favorite tracks in Elwyn. Will this stream's gold be included in the next video? Some of it might be. What I'm gonna do is next video is fully done. The only thing I haven't done is the mailbox clear. And after we farm 1,500 herbs here, we're gonna process them all down, and I will post it on the auction house. And then I'm gonna go, I think, to the beach with my wife for like an hour or 2, go for a swim, and then I'll probably loot the mailbox when I get home. So if anything sells while I'm gone after I post at the end of the day here, then that will be included in the next video's gold tally. But probably most of it will be the next video. Quirkus, exactly. It's kind of optimized. We get more looks at rare spawns, more looks at nodes. Because if we just stuck to Redridge, we end up doing the circle faster than the herbs actually respawn. And so we're kind of gated by how fast they're respawning versus how fast we can pick them up. So we just kind of min-max it a little bit. And I'm feeling a bit crazy, so I'm going to go ahead and do Just a quick clear of this cave. See if we can't snag anything. Okay. Okay. Pioneer boots. Low sale rate. Not a bad value though. See if there's any, well, all these guys have like 1 or 2 items that wouldn't be bad to get.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
Mr. Doctor, time for sleep. Wish you could watch more, but us like, Canadians live in the wrong time zone. Fair enough. Well, thanks for tuning in. Have a good sleep. We'll have a good little bit of farming here to go, so take care. See what we can't get from these guys, right?
I'm out of range.
Which add-on is it that pops up when I find something valuable? Is that Loot Appraiser? Yeah, so that's part of the Loot Appraiser add-on, but you have to have both Loot Appraiser and Trade Skill Master linked to it so that it knows how much it's worth. And then I have it set to, if it's worth a certain amount of gold, I think it's 500 gold, I get that pop-up. So, the Blunt Claymore, I actually have a lot of these. They have a high market value but a low sale rate.
I need a target.
Oh, okay. This cave was a good choice. Buccaneers, these things actually sell like hotcakes, the Buccaneer set. So, I'll take that. Take that all day. What zone am I hoping for next time? I'm personally hoping for Westfall, but honestly, any of the zones I'd be pretty happy with. They'd all be quite fun. But also the thing about farming in Red Ridge is this area right here and this area right here was a quest like zone. So these things, it phases you out of the actual zone. So there's no NPCs and there's no herbs you can get. So there's pretty much no herbs you can get in those areas, unfortunately. So you kind of just got to rip through them and hope for the best. Why Westfall? It's just super nostalgic for me. Plus it has Dead Mines, which is like one of my, if not my favorite dungeon. And, where did that go? There we go. And there's also some rare spawns there that have some pretty crazy loot. Yeah, no Roll the Silent here. Addison, I appreciate the support there. Glad you like the storytelling narrative of the episodes.
I need a target.
Hydration check here. Everyone make sure you got some water. Have a sip. Stay hydrated out there. Just before the stream, I actually blasted through a arm workout, so I should probably have a protein shake soon. I might have to see if my wife can bring me one down. That would be min-max. Herb counter, 1,372. That's what Grumpy's saying. Appreciate the update in the chat there, Grumpy. I can't do this mental math right now, so it's all good. Is the drop rate bug while forced respawn farming been fixed, or it's still there? I think it's still there, which is kind of why when I'm doing these farms every now and then I'll pop down and kill a few mobs. Because some of these mobs, they have things I want, but if I just sit there and farm them all day, it bugs out their loot tables, and I can't actually get them. So sometimes the best way to do it is kill like 10 or 20 of them every now and then while you're farming herbs. Yo, Brian's on the treadmill while I'm farming. That is min-max. Getting some kilometers or some miles in, some steps. I respect it. I respect the hustle. So as far as I'm aware, that bug is still in the game. And I honestly, at this point, I'm not sure if it's a bug. It might be a Blizzard anti-botting mechanism of like bots just killing things over and over. About to do some real life herb pulling while weeds before you play some WoW. Good luck. Yeah, we were just doing some weeding out. We have my wife and I just bought a house, like our first house, and we moved into it like a month and a half ago. And we have some gardening beds out in the back, so we're learning all about weeding, and we planted carrots, onions, green onions, beets, but the green onions are growing so fast, so we're eating so many green onions, it's unreal. Probably have some tonight. We're definitely getting into the last legs of the 1500 herbs. And since we started farming over 4 hours ago, we had 1 bar until level 71 of rested XP, and farming herbs for 4 hours straight. We're only 2.5 bars into the level 71. So we do really have to celebrate each level up, but we did get a level up on stream, which was pretty awesome. Green onions are baby leek. Change your mind? I don't know the difference. I like it though. If it is a baby leek, I like leeks. Then I don't know. Or do leeks have like the same, like not spicy, but like oniony flavor? Where'd all the herbs go too? I haven't seen an herb in like... Oh. We'll take Fed Fennel down. Am I planning on doing more regular streams? I am, yeah. So I don't have like a schedule yet. Once I have more time for just content, I'll probably get into more of a schedule for streams, but I do plan on doing more regular streams and a bit more frequently for like farms like this. Yeah, you're thinking that the loot bug was probably on purpose, combat inflation, and congrats on the house. Well, thank you. Yeah, we've been having fun here. I've been building out my office / gaming room, which is now a streaming studio, I guess, at the moment. But we painted the walls, and got the desks, the bookshelves, so it's kind of cool. It's cool to be able to make all those changes to a place that's your own. Do the higher level zones in Eastern Kingdoms have equal or higher profit? Or are the lower level ones more profitable? It's hit and miss. So, like, current content zones will have more consistent gold, but you'll randomly have older zones that have, like, really expensive items. Like, for example, the Frayed Knot is actually a very good farm that was in Elwyn, but it's a bit fewer and far between. Don't know how far north I am. However, iris are easy and simple plants to take care of. Trim them down in the fall, and every 3 to 4 years, break the toes up and replant. Okay, I'll have to take a look at it. 50k subscribers, house tour stream. Maybe. We're really close to 50k subs, aren't we? What are we at? I don't even know. I don't have it up on my. What are we at? Let's see. Car deadlift stream at 50k. One thing that could be fun, yeah, we're at 48,300, so we're close. One thing that could be a lot of fun though would be a gym stream. That would be fun. I used to always watch, I don't know if you guys watch Bajira, he does gym streams. And I would, especially in COVID, when gyms were closed, I would do my home workouts and I would just have him up for my session. Just to kind of like have some, I guess like motivation, like and like the gym feeling of having someone else around there. So I'd be down to do one of those too, that'd be fun. We could do like a squat stream. I have a home gym, so it would just be in the garage. That silver leaf put us over 1,400 herbs. Okay. We're in the last 100 then, are we? Okay. Once we're like sub 25, we're gonna count down just so I don't miss it. Oh. Hunting rifle. And then, yeah, because of the silver leaf and the peace bloom, it's 1 to 3 per node, so we're in this last stretch. You didn't sub that much for general WoW content, but because you love the formatting and the challenge that we're on, also great to fall asleep to. Oh, appreciate it. It's nice. I try to make a nice like chill vibe, right? That's the session. Oh, plant cherry tomatoes. That's a good idea. Super fun plant to take care of. Very sturdy unless it gets really cold really fast. Well, where I live, it does get really cold really fast, to be honest. They might have to be like an inside plant. Matt was here, says that he was going to sit on his butt all day, but I motivated him to get to do some chest today. Right on, man. Well, good luck on chest. Have a good pump. And you said you should get Twitch affiliate or whatever. You'd love to throw the Amazon Prime sub. Oh, thanks, man. I'm working towards it. I think after this stream, we'll see what requirements are left. This is the first Twitch stream, so we got to like get approved to do the affiliate program. So hopefully we can do that sooner than later. Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole farm year today, right? We're just farming 1,500 herbs, and we're just chilling. We're just hanging out. So I appreciate you all want to hang out with me, farm herbs. It's I'd be here by myself doing it if if y'all weren't here. Steady numbers were thrown up. People want to be here. I'm glad you're able to see the progress. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm happy to see you all are enjoying it too. Wishing me the best. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good workout. And maybe a greenhouse. Ooh, yeah. The tomatoes would go crazy in a greenhouse. We could do that. Yeah. Cause yeah, it gets real cold real fast. Like I'm relatively northern in Canada, so we get some cold spells to say the least. We'll do one pickpocket route on Serena, Erlen. Oh. Erlen gave us the frayed knot. What a throwback. This is the first frayed knot I've had in like a month. I'll cherish it. I have not been farming them. I've just been doing Red Ridge farms, but it's cool to get one. Would this challenge be possible in Classic? You would have to modify it. Like, you could do Classic Mop, because there is a WoW token, but you could also do it in Classic servers, like Classic Anniversary. You would just have to give a different goal post instead of a WoW token. You would have to say like a certain amount of gold would unlock a zone, but you could definitely do it. It just wouldn't fluctuate with the market. All right. I might have to do a vendor run here. We're getting full bags. I'll just go sell off some vendor trash. Wait, you're sitting here for free? You thought you were gonna cut everything we make today? Well, Goldilocks can't cut out the gold. He needs that for the challenge. We gotta get into the next zone. We gotta get into the next zone. Appreciate you all hanging out. And what do you guys think of the heads-up display for the herbs here? Is that a W, or did you like it more with the cleaner UI look for the next stream? I wish we could have like a total calculator, but you think it's a W? You like it? Good. Okay, good. I thought it's good to have the visual, because it's a bit more legible, right? Okay, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. Yeah, for farming streams like this, I think it's probably the way to go, hey? How's the size? Because I blew it up quite a bit because like the base one, it's just like a normal action bar. It could go bigger, but I think any bigger might not be ideal. Oh, Zero coming in with the current live update at 1444. The live counter. Excellent. Yeah, it's a good way to glance at the progress. Because I do like the vibes of the farm streams with a goal. Exactly. As always, we just go straight past the Stonewatch Tower because they're too far away. Good size right now, you'd say? Yeah, we'll probably keep it like that size. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to make the add-on show like a cumulative total of all the herbs, which is kind of not ideal, but we got fellow travelers like Zero in the chat that's adding it up right now, which I appreciate. Zero G. We're now in the bottom half. Oh yeah, I was gonna go do a vendor run. Hit the bag sort. We've actually got a lot of item value today from transmog. That's crazy. I mean, it's gonna sell slowly, but we're definitely stocking up the auction house. Is there a list of add-ons I'm using? No, I have to do that. That's gonna be probably, I want to do a transmog video for my second channel. Or not a transmog, an add-on video for the second channel to
help you find something.
Show all the add-ons I am using. I do have older videos that break down like Trade Skill Master and all that stuff, and Loot Appraiser, but I don't have like a full-on breakdown video as of right now. I just want to get a little extra room here for if we do get a few more greens or grays.
Be careful.
Yeah, there we go. We got a bit more backpack space there. Feels weird watching WoW content considering I haven't played WoW in any form for 10 years. Well, I'm glad to have you here, chilling, watching some WoW content. Have I checked how much the gold would illegally sell for and how much dollars per hour that would make? No, I haven't. I don't even know where I would go to check that. Wouldn't it be like, just if I did like a BattleNet token? Like if I bought a token, right? Like that's how you do it. Like if I use the gold to buy a token for like real currency. So current, my chill farm is fishing on anniversary. Fishing is so chill. Way back in the day, I got the achievement Salty from doing all the fishing achievements. It's pretty awesome. All right, what are we at on the numbers here? What are we at on the numbers? I think we're pretty close. I got a few of these guys real quick too.
I need to get closer.
Oh! No way! A blue upgraded Scimitar of Attune on kill 5? What a way to do that. What a way to do that. Holy moly. Okay. We take those. We take those all day. Sorry, I got distracted by the drop there. That's crazy. I just pull in to kill 4 or 5 of them and get the Scimitar of Attune blue upgrade. Not even the green version. You know what it is? You guys know what it is? We actually just went Fate-bound. Right? We hit level 71 and unlocked hero talents. And we spec'd Fate-bound, which gave us the Hand of Fate. So, all that means is we have the luck of the gods now. That's crazy. That is spooned. That is spooned. The first one of these I got was like a hour-and-a-half farm, probably. And then we get some canvas gloves. These are grays. They may not sell, but there you go. Would this be an upgrade? No. So, the weird thing is, ever since Crummy Time swapped over, all the greens and gray and blues here are back to like Red Ridge level, so not an upgrade. Yeah, we'll call that the streamer RNG or the Fate-bound hero talent RNG. Yo! Artichokio with a $20 super chat. Here's a WoW token. You can leave Red Ridge now. Oh, well, thanks for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I can't use it for a WoW token in the challenge, but appreciate the super chat. Glad to have you here. Wow. Big. Crazy. It takes me so long to farm a WoW token. Artichokio comes in with the super chat. The man set Goldlock free. Set him free. Okay, I'm going to quickly add up just to confirm. So 128 plus 70 plus 465 plus 251 plus 61 plus 86 plus 410. We're at 1,471 herbs. 1,471 herbs. So we got 29 to go. Let's do it. Let's do it. 29 to go. Artichoke, that's hilarious. If only we can now spin for the new zone. It's gonna be hype though once we unlock the new zone. We'll do it on a stream for the actual spin, so that'll be pretty hype. Hose, you always just get in just for the end. We're glad you can tune in for the end, but today we're not only gathering them all, we're gonna process them, so there'll be a little bit more. The actual farming portion, though, is a lot less than the copper ore. I think we were 6.5 hours for the copper ore. All right, 24 herbs left. Yeah, so we have the total up here, but I got my calculator now after 29 was left, so I've been doing a minus every time, so we're at 24 left. Minus 1, 23 left.
I need a target.
Artichokio, you're hyped. How close are we? Yeah, 23 left. It is hype. And I think the processing of the herbs will actually be pretty quick too. So that's nice. All right, and then minus, oh, we got 3 there. 20 left. All right, 17 herbs to go. This is pretty hype. This flew by. We could have done 3,000. Oh, how much left to the token? We're at 54k in the bags, and then we still have to do the mailbox clear for the last 2 weeks. But right now the token's at 299,000. So once we clear that mailbox, we'll have a better look at it. All right. So we're at 15, now minus 2. Dropping us down to 13. 13 herbs left. Let's get hype. Let's get hype. Where are we at? Briarthorn, how many we get? 1. 12 to go. Lucky 13. Yeah, 12 to go here now. We might have to try for some extra rare drops while we have the luck on our side. Alright, 9 to go. Because if we get as spooned as we just did for the Scimitar of Attune while we're streaming, I should start doing all my ICC runs while we're streaming. We'll get invincible instantly, right? Like, that's how it works. Okay. Alright, 8 left. Seven. Of course, we're just dropping 1 drops now. So we're on 7, right? The stream delay is throwing me off. I think we're on 7. Yeah, we are. All right. So we got 3. So not gonna be this one.
I need to get closer.
But it could be. Oh, what the heck? It could be in 2. So we're on 4. So this won't be it unless we get a weird drop. Let's see. 2. Okay. Now we can get on the next one. We just need 2. Yeah, if we overshoot, we reset, right? Start at 1. No, we're not doing that today. That's a good idea for another stream. Maybe one day. See if we can get on this one. Sorry for the animation here, but come on, 2 drop. Excellent. Right on the money. Right on the money. Let's go. 1,500 herbs in the bag. 1,500 hype. 1,500 hype in the chat. Let's go. I'm not gonna lie, that went a lot faster than I thought. We still have to process it all down, though. Happy New Year. We did it. Let's just do a real quick math check on that, right? Like we got... Let's just run through it real quick. So, confirm what we got here. So, 134 plus 75 plus 472 plus 251 plus 63 plus 95 plus 410. Yeah, 1,500 right on the dot. Right on the dot. We didn't even overshoot. Okay. Now, of course, let's start milling. So we're doing the whole herbalism processing now. What I will do is mill all of these down. We're gonna go ahead and do the earth root. While I mill the earth root, I'm gonna be like 1 minute. We have pretty high tech abilities to mill all of these while I do a bathroom break. So let me just pull this up. Where is it at? There we go. Okay. So while we're milling, we're gonna be right back. I'll be 1 minute. Just gotta use the washroom. Okay, we're back. I'm actually interested to see how long it'll take to process all of these. That earth root was quick. The rest of the earth root I have in the bank as well. May as well farm it all up. Okay. Next up, the Peace Bloom. Singus, ahoy. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so are pigments worth more than the herbs? Or what's the end goal? So for Peace Bloom, the mill value, like, you get anywhere between 2 and 5 pigments per herb. So on average, the mill value is 3 gold 54, and the herb value is like 3 gold 62. But sometimes, I mean, the market on these goes crazy. Like I've sold some, as you can see there, I've sold a total of 3,497 alabaster pigments, anywhere between 4 gold 75 and 14 gold 49. So that some of them, depending on the time in the market, will actually sell for a lot more just from milling. But we're actually going to go all the way through and process these even further. We have a few step process here today. And now the bruise weed, this is one where you definitely want to mill it, because if you look, the min buyout is like 2 gold, but the mill value, so the average value of the pigments you get is 5 gold 43 for each one. So these ones you definitely want to mill, because these give you, from Red Ridge, you get dusky pigments and verdant pigments, right? So these give you a lot of different options for crafting. You can sell these straight on the auction house, or you can use them to craft some glyphs, which is what we're going to do today. We'll see how many pigments we get. We'll add it all up too. Hose, you've never done inscription before. More of a metals guy. Fair enough. Inscription is pretty fun though. There's, depending on the expansion, there's a lot of different things you can do with it. It can be worth a lot of gold for sure. What do you guys reckon the total haul will be on the loot appraiser after we get all the glyphs crafted as well? Did I see that WoW had made an article about someone doing the same challenge? I didn't see that WoW had article, no, actually. I'll have to take a look. You feel like you're missing out on the Dark Moon cards on Moth Classic? Yeah, Dark Moon cards, like the trinkets, can be a massive way to make some gold. Okay, we got a ton of Silverleaf too. Is there any money making in archaeology? There definitely can be. The only problem, and the reason I'm not doing it on Goldbound, on Goldilocks, is there are no archaeology trainers in the zones I have unlocked, so I can't actually learn it. Once we unlock a zone that has an archaeology trainer, then we'll be able to do it. Back in Cat and Moth, inscription was goated. It was. What's that blue sword we got? We actually got a Scimitar of Attune. We killed like 5 Murlocs and got it on like the 5th one. So that was a big W. It's a big W. That milling looks like hella sus. Yeah, you gotta zoom out. Oh, 2 sorcery? Yeah, I saw your video. You credited me in the video. I'm pretty sure. I didn't see the post, but if it was about you, I'm not. There's no trouble from my end. I'm happy seeing more people doing content like this. How long ago do they make milling a make all process? I don't know when they did that. It's been ever since I started this challenge though. It makes it pretty handy. You can even have, like if I had these in my bank, I could still mill them technically, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm not too stressed about it. I haven't seen the Icy Veins post. I'm not too stressed about it though. There we go. We milled it all. So we got so we'll go off of market value. I just want to see how much gold we have in just the pigments. So in Dusky Pigments, that's 1,962. In Alabaster Pigments, that's 4,329. And in Verdant Pigments, 376. So in Pigments alone, that's 6,670 gold. We're gonna craft more though. And we farmed, oh, I didn't stop my farming timer, did I? Yeah, so we farmed for 4.5 hours. So the pigments per hour is 1.5k gold per hour. So, not bad. But now what we're going to go ahead and do is craft the pigments into inks. So each ink of Moonglow ink requires 2 alabasters, but they sell for more. So we're going to go ahead and craft up all the inks as well. And then after that, we can do stuff with the inks. But we'll probably sell some of these as alabaster pigments, sell some as inks, and sell some as glyphs. You had to set up an auto hotkey script to mill a ton of herbs and cat and mop back in the day. Yeah, I remember doing that as well, to be honest. I would just watch YouTube. I think I would watch like camping YouTube. Like Steve Wallace. You ever watch stealth camping with him? I would do milling and jewel crafting and watch him. Am I still experiencing the drop in loot when I'm farming the same mobs for a long time? Yeah, there's still the world's drop problem. I think it might have been... It might not be unintended. Like, it might be to stop the 2x4 farmings or, like, bot farming, so I don't know if it's going to be fixed. So you can still farm dungeons like that, but open world, it's not ideal. Stank and Bacon, welcome back. Still going strong, yep. We got the 1500 herbs, but now we're just processing them all down. So we're going to end with a bunch of pigments, inks, and glyphs that we're going to go ahead and sell. How much... Oh, I didn't check how much the herbs were on their own. We could add it up after. I'll have to go back and do it for the video. I should have checked. The problem with the loot appraiser is it would tell me the value, but it also has my transmog drops in there. So it's telling us we got 100k value in in total looted value, but that's herbs and transmog. Mining and prospecting. Bought 3 epic flying mounts for you back in the Burning Crusade, way back in the day. Back in the day, if you found one good hustle, like one good flip, it's pretty awesome. Like, you could just run that and just do it. Because the processing time was quite substantial and intensive. Whereas nowadays, if you find a good farm, you can just craft an AFK. So it's not the same. You had a Wrath of the Lich King, hustle of buying low-level greens and disenchanting. I remember doing old jewel crafting enchanting shuffles where you would craft like rings and disenchant, or I used to craft like leather and cloth bracers and disenchant or destroy them back in the day. Those were all good farms too, but those were very intensive. Like, you had to click every single second. It's like RuneScape. Is it weird for me to know that people are grinding WoW while watching you now? I don't know if weird's the right word. I think it's pretty cool. I like, it's almost like Inception, where a lot of the times if I'm not streaming, I'm watching a streamer, but I'm like recording for my video, or like watching an old YouTube video and recording for a video. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, the good old Serenite shuffle. Are you talking about the one where you could, there was something you could do with Serenite ore. Did you just craft it into bars? Because the bars vendored for like more than what Serenite ore sold for? Is that the one you're talking about? And yeah, there's blue loot in dungeons, for sure. And Grumpy, yeah, the pigments tend to be worth more than the herbs, but it also just gives you different ways to sell them. And then with the pigments, we can craft inks, which are worth a little more than the pigments, and also just gives more items to sell. And then with the inks, you'll see we can do research and craft glyphs. Daniel is grinding for the mount, reaching level 40 in WoW Classic soon. That is a good feeling. Best of luck with the rest of your grind. So we're not going to do all of the inks. I do want to sell some of these as pigments and some of them as inks. But we'll probably do a few more. Yeah, back in the day you would craft jewel crafting greens, disenchant them. Yeah, jewel crafting enchanting shuffle was, for a long time, like one of the staple shuffles. With the profession knowledge now, it's kind of harder to do some of those ones. Used to have this way back in Wrath where you basically had infinite money by selling Titan steel as a regular titanium. It was quite cheap, and for eternal elements, you just had to win Winter Grasp. That itself is a challenge in itself, though. A Winter Grasp W can be few and far between back in the day. So I think I might stop at 230 Moonglow inks, because I want to... No, we'll do a bit more. We'll do a bit more. We winning? We're winning. Oh, we got so many herbs, so much gold. This is all going to add up in the tally. It's great. I'm curious too, and everyone watching, are you guys like gold farmers? Or do you just play WoW, or like do you just enjoy the gold farming vibe, or what's your take on it? Because I know a lot of viewers don't actually play WoW to gold farm. It's just kind of the challenge is an interesting aspect of it, right? Yeah, in different expansions, Winter Grasp was heavily different factions. Mr. Clark is a reformed WoW addict. Fair enough. There we go. We're gonna stop there on those inks. Artichokyo, you're a mythic pluser, but you enjoy watching other people do stuff you never do. Fair enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of responses here. Lots of gold farming before the WoW token, but now you just go to work. I mean, that's the cool thing about WoW. There's so many ways to play WoW, right? You can do whatever you want nowadays. You can play different expansions. You can make your own challenges in the expansions. Matt was here, used to play WoW 20 years ago. Now lives vicariously between people who do. Respect. Oh yeah, got a few mount and transmog hunters in here as well. Resubbed to the War Within sale and found the videos. Very chill to watch while you're collecting. Right on, Funky Sasquatch. Glad to have you here. Yeah, you only play the game super casually with friends, but this challenge is really fun to watch. Glad you have fun watching it. It's definitely an interesting challenge, right? Like, it's a different take on the game. Lots of collectors. Bertrand is doing a gold character as well, but set a cap at like 5, 10, 15k for increasing per zone. That's a fun way to do it too. You could advance a lot quicker and see more zones that way. Sione, you've been trying to farm gold here and there, but the series has inspired you to actually look more into what's worth vendoring, what's actually worth selling. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's so many items that you might not think of, like gray items, like the Frayed Knot, that unless you look into it, you're just going to vendor that, right? Like, you're never going to keep a gray item, but it actually is worth a lot, and it's pretty awesome. Nick Fillinger, best series on WoW right now. Oh, I appreciate it. Glad you're liking it. Yeah, that's the thing about gold farming. It's a chill way to play in between like other content. Like, I've always enjoyed PvP, Mythic Plus lately, but here and there, like on downtimes between all of those, I love doing some gold farming. Okay, now we have crafted up a bunch of our pigments. We're not gonna use all of these for For crafts, I want to keep a few of them. But let me show you. So I've already leveled up inscription so that for today, so that we have a whole bunch of recipes ready. But what you do is for every ink you have, you can do research. And I'm just realizing now I'm gonna have to go to Goldshire to the trade goods vendor. Hose, you actually sold some cobalt hammers for like 10k a pop? Grats. Those things actually sell. Those things actually sell. And are crafting and disenchanting shuffles worth it in retail? Did I already try disenchanting? They can be worth it in later levels. For my current area though, the disenchanting mats don't craft into anything worthwhile, so
What can I help you with?
it's not exactly worth it. With the current zones that we have. Okay, now we can do some more crafting. So in inscription, with each of the inks, you can research on it, and if you research the ink, you get a chance at learning a glyph. And the glyphs, you can see these are all glyphs I haven't learned yet, but if you scroll through them, you can see which ones you're missing. So for example, I still need Glyph of Inspired Hymns, which is from Moonglow ink, and that's the only one I haven't gotten. So we're going to go back up here and research our Moonglow ink to try to get that glyph. So we'll just keep casting until we get it. It should be a higher chance. Okay, we got it. So now we go to our glyphs, and you can see here, these are all glyphs that we've learned through the research section. And now we go in, and while using Trade Skill Master, we can see which glyphs sell for the most, and craft more of those, less of the other ones. But we're still going to go ahead and craft a few of each, just so we have more to sell. Because it's always fun selling multiples of things, right? Probably craft 5 of those as well. Now, of course, a time-honored classic is Glyph of Stars, although I'm seeing now, my Moonglow ink, they're like 13 gold each right now, and they take 3. So unless these are going for 39 gold or more, it's not actually worth crafting them. So I might not actually even make any Glyph of the Stars right now. I might just sell the inks. Because right now, it's like a 1 gold loss for every craft. Are there any profitable ones right now? So Midnights are 9 gold each, and these are selling for like 26. So those aren't even worth it. We have a few of these. Okay. Glyph of the Spectral Wolf. These are like 30 gold right now. It's still, that's like a 9 gold loss per craft. Okay. So the only ones that are currently profitable on the current buyout were the 2 that we already crafted. So we'll make a couple more of those just to have a few more glyphs in the bags. But otherwise, we're probably going to sell most of these as inks. Because the inks, compared to the pigments and the herbs, are what sell for the most. But it's always good to keep a few inks on hand, just so that you know, like if for some reason Glyph of the Stars goes up in price for like a day, you can craft a couple. Isn't there a TSM crafting view to see profitability? Yeah, I just don't like how it looks as much. But you can see here, the 2 that we're crafting right now are 27 gold profit, and the other ones are all not profitable. So it's easier to see on a quick glance, but I don't like how the UI looks as much. So we're only crafting those couple ones. Yeah, like with the Glyph of the Stars, I'll sell some of these. It'll probably bounce back, but like historical average is 37 gold. It's always good to have a couple. I'll have a couple on file, you know. Maybe we'll have 20 on file. We'll craft 20 of those. Yeah, Lele's asking if there's any mini painters in the chat. Just finished a terrain piece during the stream. Honestly, that's awesome. Painting while watching a stream sounds pretty legit. I haven't gotten too much into mini painting myself, but I have a couple friends who are deep into it, and I have painted a couple hanging out with them. Oh yeah, my TSM is a bit behind. You're right. 6 hours. I'll do a quick reload. We'll just do a quick reload just so I get the newest data up there. Alright, let's see on the TSM view if there's... Oh yeah, Glyphostars has bounced back. Okay. So we're still crafting the ones that were profitable, and we'll continue crafting a few more Glyphostars. Okay. Honestly, I think that's going to be where we leave the crafting for today, because I want to sell some of these glyphs as is, but I also, right now with the prices of the pigments and the inks in particular, let me pull these down here. Yeah, like these moon glow inks are selling like crazy. Same with the midnight inks. So these will be worth a lot as well. I just want to pull everything down so we can have a look at it. Okay. So these 8 things are really what we farmed today. So we got 11 glyphs of inspired hymns, which just, while channeling hymns, a spirit appears above you. So about 400 gold from those, not bad. Glyph of Stars, classic contender, be worth about 733 gold. Same thing with the Glyph of Foul Menagerie, worth about, give or take, 300 to 450 gold. Midnight Inks, 1290. Moonglow Inks, 1900. Verdant Pigments, 400. And then Alabaster Pigments, 1000. So honestly, we got a lot of raw gold here today. But we're not going to process it down any further. We're going to go ahead and go to the auction house to post them. I'm not going to be doing a auction house reveal on stream. We're going to have to save that for the episode. But the episode is coming out this weekend, so you don't have to wait too long. I am going to post all this up, or most of this up. Hopefully get a few sales tonight before I do the auction house clear and get it into the video. But until then, thanks to everyone for tuning into the stream. We're going to be rolling on out here. Walking in at about 5 hours on the stream, so not a bad 1500 herbalism farm. Appreciate you all coming into the stream, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace.